Xiang had originally planned to kill this Shi after the large compet Tian, but he had met him now, and this she seemed to not be merciful to him. So Xiang steeled his heart and did not care about anything else. Xiang had originally planned to kill this Shi after the large compet Tian, but he had met him now, and this she seemed to not be merciful to him. So Xiang steeled his heart and did not care about anything else. Can you find any place with a G? Oh, delay fruit. Xiang was also planning on how to kill Shi. He did not know how strong Shi was right now, so he could not recklessly clash with Shi. If Shi returned to Supreme Divine Palace alive, it would bring him a lot of trouble. Thus, in order to have a 100% chance of killing Shi, he had to use other methods to ensure that there wasn't a drop of water that leaked out. Although it was night, the starlight was concealed by the thick clouds, and the starlight could not penetrate the clouds. Xiang was worried that Yue was unable to communicate with the stars and moon, and could not find the divine fruit. When I communicated with Xing Yue, the information they gave me was not from today. It was from a few days ago, or even a few years ago, or perhaps even more. Little Moon smiled. I've already asked around. There's a fruit tree nearby. Because this tree looks rather ordinary and its location is rather remote, it wasn't discovered. Yue had told him about the middle-grade divine fruit that Xiang had just described to him. Now that he thought about it, Yue had long since found that fruit tree. Let's set up the trap first, and then call that guy over. Yue laughed. She had also guessed Xiang's plan. Xiang followed the direction Yue pointed, and quickly arrived at the location of the tree. The place where the tree grew was indeed very remote, and even though it was very close to the village, it was not discovered. Although this fruit is a high-grade divine fruit, its main purpose is to be eaten. It is not suitable for alchemy. Yue said. Xiang entered through a crack in the mountain. After arriving inside, the crack had become much wider, large enough for a few people to walk in side by side. There were also many poisonous thorns blocking the crack, so it had not been discovered. Using 6 Realms Mirrors S to set up traps is for the best. Go and see if the 6 Realms Mirrors has this kind of effect. I heard our patriarch in Star Moon Divine race mention that 6 Realms Mirrors S have this kind of ability. Yue said. Xiang did not notice that even though he had merged with the 6 Realms Mirrors, he did not have a lot of understanding of it, and would need to excavate a bit. He silently blamed this 6 Realms Mirrors, and should have told his master about his abilities when it was time to fuse with it. He could feel the 6 Realms Mirrors in his body, the mysterious communication between them, and soon he knew how to use this ability. This 6 Realms Mirrors is really magical. To think that it has this kind of power, I actually didn't know about it before. Xiang took out the 6 Realms Mirrors, and with a thought, he activated the 6 Realms Mirrors killing array ability. At this time, more than half of the 6 Realms power in his body was taken away. Yue was pleasantly surprised. Does it really have this ability? Besides killing arrays, there are also other formations? After absorbing a large amount of 6 Realms Power S, and adding the one stored in the mirror, the 6 Realms Mirrors in Xiang's hands already possessed a very strong 6 Realms power. At this moment, it flickered with a white light. Following Xiang's mental control, the white light exploded, turning into a killing array formed by the spirit grain, and seeped into the stone walls and ground on both sides of the mirror. There are only a few that I can use now. Although there are a few other powerful formations, my current 6 Realms power cannot support them. Xiang's 6 Realms Mirrors also left his body and sunk into the ground. He was not worried that the 6 Realms Mirrors would be Na to C, head away by others, because he only needed a thought to allow the 6 Realms Mirrors to travel through S, P, A, C, and return to his body. After Finus, plussing all this, he immediately took out the communication jade symbol paper that Zhan she had given him and sent a message to Zhan Shi. Brother Zhan, I've already found that divine fruit. I'm not familiar with it enough, and I don't know if this is the time to pick it. The moment she saw the village, he suddenly received Chen Xiang's sound transmission and couldn't help but be suspicious. However, he didn't really understand Chen Xiang well enough, so he thought that Chen Xiang was a guy who liked to show off his simple brain. After knowing that Chen Xiang had found a divine fruit, she was hesitant. He wanted to immediately look for Chen Xiang or first look for the purple smoke divine mountains divine Ji. Oh, DS. If Chen Xiang really could find the divine fruit, and if he went over with those purple smoke divine mountain Ji, oh, DS, he would definitely share the divine fruit with them. In his heart, he did not want to know, too, that it was a high-grade divine fruit. Even if it was inferior in quality, it would sell for a lot of Shen Yuan stone. After struggling in his heart for a while, she still decided to believe in Chen Xiang, because he felt that Chen Xiang trusted him a lot. He didn't think that Chen Xiang would lie to him. Chen Xiang waited for less than an hour within the crevice before he sensed that someone was outside. She had arrived, and even though he was near, she did not leak out any of his aura, showing just how cautious he was. When she came here and saw the many poison vines outside that had been eradicated, he knew that the crack in the mountain was well hidden. That was why he did not get discovered after so many years. It was very possible that there were divine fruits growing inside. After arriving at this place, she became even more careful. He was still extremely vigilant, and after walking through a narrow crevice for a while, he finally arrived at Sias Place. As expected, he saw a tree. There were more than 10 topaz-like fruits on the tree. Although it was in the dark night, they emitted a faint yellow light, and these fruits were exquisite and transparent. One could see the core of the fruits. It was exactly as Chen Xiang had said, and it was obvious that they were ripe. Brother Jean, you finally come. Do you know what kind of fruit this is? I don't know what kind of fruit this is. It doesn't look like it can be used to refine pills. Chen Xiang laughed when he saw Shi. At the moment, he was casually sitting on the ground, leaning on a mountain wall. This is the mystic yellow Ji. Oh, D fruit. It is indeed not suitable for alchemy, but it is still extremely delicious. When the fruit core is immersed in the D's water, it can produce a very delicious and fragrant mystic yellow fruit juice. She's eyes lit up. These 10-odd profound yellow divine fruits and this tree were all extremely precious in his eyes. A wave of greed suddenly rose up from his heart. She was a very greedy person in the first place. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked agreeing to the purple smoke divine mountains deities to lure Chen Xiang out. If the Supreme Divine Palace found out that he had colluded with an outer sect to harm a fellow sect disciple, the consequences would be extremely serious. However, she was willing to take such risks just for the sake of tens of millions of Shen Yuan stone. One must know that the matter of him betraying Chen Xiang and the DS of those purple smoke divine mountain knew that they would very likely leak it out. So the risk was extremely high. She lowered his head and took out a storage bag. And the moment he did so, his eyes became sinister and fierce. But it was only for a moment, and he took out a jade pot. He smiled at Chen Xiang. Brother Shin, you must have expended a lot of effort when you came in. Let us drink first. Chen Xiang had already expected that she would kill him to rob their goods. He had guessed that she would fight with him and either release a yin blade behind his back or use an array disc to attack him. But he never expected that she would give him poison. Chen Xiang had already expected that she would kill him to rob their goods. He had guessed that she would fight with him and either release a yin blade behind his back or use an array disc to attack him. But he never expected that she would give him poison. She walked over with a smile. Looking at his elegant appearance, he looked like an elegant scholar, and it was difficult to tell that he had a stomach full of evil tricks. He poured a big bowl of golden-colored fruit juice for Chen Xiang. When he just opened the bottle, Chen Xiang smelled a rich fragrance, causing him to uncontrollably swallow his saliva. Good stuff. Chen Xiang immediately praised. At the same time he praised the juice, he was also praising she's good methods. He actually thought of using this thing to poison others. Yue sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang. This thing must be poisonous. Do you want to drink it or not? Qin Xiang replied with a smile. Of course I drink. I have profound strength. I want to see how strong this poison is. Jean, she handed a big bowl of fruit juice to Qin Xiang, and Qin Xiang hurriedly took it. After smelling the rich fragrance, he praised it and then took a big gulp to finish it. Do you still have more? Delicious. Qin Xiang praised her as he handed the bowl over. Seeing Qin Xiang drink so heartily, Jean, she also laughed happily. Of course there is. This is a very precious thing. I used a special technique to refine it, and not just anyone can drink it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said these words out loud. In order to let Qin Xiang be completely poisoned, he poured a bowl full of poison for Qin Xiang. Just like that, Qin Xiang burped after drinking 3 big bowls. Originally, Jean, she did not plan to kill Qin Xiang on his own because he was worried that the weakness would fall into the hands of the purple smoke divine Mountain G. Oh, DS, and now that there was poison, GRA, S outside the crevice, he could tell the G. Oh, DS, that Qin Xiang had been poisoned and that he could take away the fruit tree and divine fruit. It was truly 2 birds with 1 stone. Qin Xiang suddenly frowned and shouted, "Ai-oh!" It was only when he really reacted that he cried out. He clutched his stomach and chest and shouted in shock. What's going on? His stomach and chest are both stinging. This was the reaction of the poison. Qin Xiang was also secretly shocked in his heart that this poison could actually make him feel this way, and the poison was also spreading. But the anti-poison energy in his body was also quickly plussing out, enveloping all the poison. When I entered earlier, I saw many poisonous GRAS, SES, and poisonous thorns outside. Brother Shin might have pet into them before, but I have an antidote pill here. Brother Shin, hurry up and consume it to suppress the spread of the poison. Jean, she looked anxious as he took out a black pill. Qin Xiang secretly admired this Jianxi. He could tell that the pill here was a poisonous pill with just 1 look, and it was refined with several poisons at that. The poison was even more terrifying than those bowls of fruit juice. Qin Xiang immediately received it. He didn't even frown as he ate the poison pellet. After that, he closed his eyes and pretended to refine the poison pellet. Seeing Qin Xiang close his eyes, the corner of Jianxi's mouth raised slightly, revealing a very pleased and treacherous smile. Then he took out a jade box and carefully plucked the 10 over divine fruits. He was worried that Qin Xiang would say something, so he did not immediately put the divine fruit into the storage magic treasure, but continued to dig for the tree. This tree's value was the same as the divine fruit. Jean, she was very careful when digging up trees. That degree of meticulousness surprised Qin Xiang. He actually did a very good job on this kind of meticulous work. He had to pay attention to the roots of these trees. When digging up trees, it wouldn't hurt a single root, or else it would affect the growth of the fruit trees in the future. The place where this tree grew was entirely made of hard rocks. The fruit tree had already dug into the rocks, and it would be difficult to dig it out without damaging its roots. Just as Jean, she finished, Qin Xiang immediately used the spatial extraction technique to retrieve the jade box that contained the profound illusion, divine fruit. With his sudden movement, Jean, she immediately noticed it. She was shocked and quickly said, "Brother Shin, don't move recklessly or the poison will spread." Qin Xiang laughed. "Thank you, Brother Jean, for the antidote. I am much better now." After saying that, he waved his hand, and the divine tree that had just been dug out disappeared. It had been taken away by Qin Xiang. "Thank you for your hard work, Brother Jean." Jean, she was stunned. He saw the smile on Qin Xiang's face, and it was as if he understood something. He finally realized that Qin Xiang had been pretending from the beginning. He had initially schemed against Qin Xiang, but he never expected that Qin Xiang had always been scheming against him. You weren't poisoned." When Jean, she saw that Qin Xiang was completely fine, he didn't look like a person who had taken both his poisons. If it was a normal person, they would have already been poisoned to the point that their minds were muddled. I was poisoned, but Brother Jean gave me a precious antidote pill and saved my life. Chun Xiang continued to smile, and his smile became even more brilliant. Jean, she frowned. He finally could not continue pretending and coldly said, "Humph, consider yourself powerful. Don't think that you are stronger than me just because you can play tricks. Let's see your true abilities right now." This time, Jean, she had truly failed miserably, and it had even turned completely upside down. He was so angry that even the dregs would not come out, taking out a spear, releasing his killing intent. He immediately rushed towards Chun Xiang and stabbed it into Chun Xiang's throat. He suddenly pulled out his spear, causing blood to spurt out from Chun Xiang's throat and splatter all over his face. The blood was still warm, which made Jean she unable to believe it. Because this victory was too easy, it was almost impossible. Of course, Jean, she was not that easy to obtain. He had only pierced the doppelganger Chun Xiang created using the Six Realms' power. It could even condense fresh blood, thus it looked very real. And the real Chun Xiang was already outside the crevice. After Jean, she realized that something was wrong. He immediately ran outside, but suddenly felt that his feet were being sucked in, and immediately activated the mysterious power inside the divine sense sea, wanting to break away from his body. But the more he used the mysterious power, the faster the mysterious power would escape from his feet. The killing array that Chun Xiang had set up had already started to activate, first locking down the target, then releasing the condensed Six Realms power through the array formation inside the Six Realms mirrors S, transforming into a terrifying form of power, attacking the target inside the array. The array was activated, and Jean, she was unable to move at all. On the walls of the mountain crevice, countless Six Realms power S suddenly shot out from all directions. The first round of piercing did not manage to break Jean Shi's defense. The divine armor on his body was still very strong. However, she was unable to endure the second round anymore, and her body was immediately riddled with holes and turned into a BLOODY mess. Chun Xiang saw that it was enough and walked in. "Brother Jean, I just came out to pee and you became like this? What's going on?" Chun Xiang said as he laughed. A hand was already pressing on top of Jean Shi's head. Although Jean, she was looking at him viciously, he pretended not to see it. Jean, she was very young, only a few decades old. Compared to an old fellow like Chun Xiang who had lived for thousands and thousands of years, he was really a little too young. You have no reason to harm me." Jean, she felt that Chun Xiang was searching his memories and asked in shock. He couldn't understand why Chun Xiang would scheme against him like that. "I'll send the Purple Smoke Divine Mountain guys over to accompany you later. When the time comes, you can ask them if I have a reason." His words and his smile made Jean she feel as if he had fallen into a bottomless pit of despair. Tian Highflower, Jean, she had already given up all hope. He didn't have any chance now. He understood that since Chun Xiang knew he was this kind of person, then there was no way she could spare him. "You must send them to me." "Jean," she said coldly, "there is something related to them in my memories. It might be useful to you." At this moment, Jean, she hated Chun Xiang very much, but he also hated those few Purple Smoke Divine Mountains DS because they were the ones who were too careless back then, causing this kind of thing to be leaked out. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen into Chun Xiang's hands right now. Definitely. Chun Xiang immediately swallowed Jean Shi's memories and took out his divine deity. Jean Shi's divine soul had already been destroyed, and his body should not be burned by Chun Xiang either. He wanted to destroy the corpses and wipe out the evidence, as he had killed a relatively good young alchemist in the Supreme Divine Palace. From what he knew from Jean Shi's memories, the DS of those Purple Smoke Divine Mountainess were famous all over the place. They would specially inquire about the alchemistess who often gathered divine medicines, and after finding them in the precious land of the divine medicines, they would secretly follow them. As long as they found any divine medicines, they would immediately jump out to TCH them. The last time they stole Sia-Ao, they did not hide their item. 1. Tai, so Sia-Ao was able to immediately see through their purple smoke divine mountain. Other than that, Chunseong also knew that John she often worked together with these robbers from the purple smoke divine mountain. Because John she was very deceitful, he stayed in the alchemist circle very well. Furthermore, Zhan Shi and this bandit Ji. D had also discovered a few divine medicines, and those places were all extremely secretive. When the divine medicines matured, they would gather together and then go harvest them together. And now there was a place in this treasure land where the divine medicine was about to mature, and that was a Shangping medicine. Zhan, she did not know what kind of divine medicine it was. He only knew that it was an ancient divine medicine from the mouths of those bandits. But it was very precious. Chunseong estimated the time. There was still some time before the divine medicine would mature, so he immediately rushed over. The route in Zhan Shi's memories was extremely detailed. He had to hurry in order to harvest it before the purple-clothed bandits did. Chunseong told Yuer about the flower's appearance. Although Yuer didn't refine pills, she was an expert in this field, and even though this little guy often pretended to be cute and win over girls, she was definitely an old demonic cat. After Yuer heard Chunseong's description, she said, "This kind of flower is called the Tianhai flower. After eating it, it can increase the power of the divine sense C by a little. Of course, the main purpose of this flower is not to eat, but to store the power of the divine sense C. Your 6 realms power should be able to be stored in this kind of Tianhai flower as well. If you don't normally need it, you can store it inside, and when you rest during the night, you can replenish it. When you continue to store the 6 realms power, eating this kind of flower will allow you to immediately obtain the 6 realms power that you stored in the flower." After Chunseong heard it, he felt that it was a little familiar. He frowned and said, "This effect is the same as the divine sense C pellet. The divine sense C pellet is a Shangping Dan. The divine sense C pill formula was chosen by Feng Yujie when she passed," said the intermediate alchemy Ji. Assessment, or was it chosen for her by Chunseong? It was just that he did not know the formula, and because he could not refine the Shangping Dan back then, he did not ask Feng Yujie. "Tell me, what is the use of the divine sense C pill? This Tianhai flower only has a limited amount of divine sense C's power." Yuer said. Chunseong told Yuer about the effects of the divine sense C pellet. Yuer said, "The divine sense C pellet that you mentioned is able to contain the power of one of the 9 soul heavenly G. ODS. It is many times stronger than a Tianhai flower, and it cannot hold much. This Tianhai flower should be one of the ingredients to concoct the divine sense C pellet without fail." Since this was the divine medicine that he needed, Chunseong wanted to obtain it even more. He was initially running wildly in the forest, but right now he was using the power of teleportation to rush to a cave. He traveled through the night. 2 days later, he was far away from Wood Elves village. He arrived at a small mountain and circled around it to look for the entrance to the cave. This cave was already covered up by Zhan Shi and the violet-clothed bandit, and had even set up restrictions. It was to prevent people from discovering it, and to wait for the Tianhai flower to mature naturally. They could go and harvest it. If you don't have a special ability to maintain this kind of wild medicine, you can never pick it before it has ripened, or else it will be hard to maintain the best quality if you go to other places to cultivate it. So if you find a divine medicine, you won't be in a hurry to pick it unless you have no other choice. The divine medicine treasured land had a different kind of nourishment compared to other places. The divine medicine here naturally grew at a rate of 10 to 100 times faster than other places. Legend has it that even some divine nations would send people here to search for rare divine medicine. Chunseong originally did not understand much about this treasure land, but after he devoured some of Zhan Shi's memories, he found out that this treasure land was extremely special and magical. Even though this place should be very small at the border between the 6 realms and the sovereign realm, but for some reason, this place gave birth to PAC, causing the entire treasure land to continuously expand for a long time. I found it. Those guys aren't here yet. I have to hurry up and make a move. Chun Xiang discovered the mark of the restriction and immediately teleported, southing through that place and entering the cave. Chun Xiang originally thought that after entering the sage, it would be very dark, but he never expected that the entire sage would be filled with green light, and these strong green light rays were somewhat glaring. He was inside the sage, and when he looked forward, he discovered that the light had come from the end of the sage. The source of the light was emitting an even more piercing green light, and he could not see what it was. If it matures, it will not emit this strong light. This kind of flower is rather special, and it also has a certain spirit. He only emits light to protect himself because he sensed someone approaching him, and if he matures, he can burrow into the ground by himself. But there should already be a barrier placed around this place to prevent the Shangpin medicine from escaping. Yuer said, "If you pick it now, it might affect your future quality. As for this flower, it should be maturing soon." Qin Xiang took out a jade bottle. Inside it was the spirit liquid he condensed. Whenever he wasn't with Feng Yujie, he would cultivate this kind of spirit liquid like the alive slain method. "Then I'll let him mature." Chen Xiang laughed and walked towards the bright light. When they approached the Tianhai flower, the originally green light had instantly turned blood red, looking extremely frightening. At this moment, the entire cave was covered in a bloody light, and there was even a thick smell of blood, as if warning Qin Xiang that if he went any closer, there would be a disaster that would appear. When they approached the Tianhai flower, the originally green light had instantly turned blood red, looking extremely frightening. At this moment, the entire cave was covered in ODY light, and there was even a thick smell of blood, as if warning Qin Xiang that if he went any closer, there would be a disaster that would appear. But Chen Xiang was very clear that this Tianhai flower was only scary. It did not have any power at all. "Little guy, I'll make you grow up faster." Chun Xiang grinned as he squatted down. Then he poured out all the spirit liquid from the jade bottle and dripped it onto the exquisite sky sea. The Tianhai flower was very small. It was only 6 inches tall, the size of its palm. Its leaves and stems were all transparent. Even though the flower was also transparent, it had a very strange power that could emit different colored clouds of light, and it was also very strong. After Qin Xiang dripped the spirit liquid, the Tianhai flower suddenly grew taller, and the flower also grew larger. It was as big as a palm, and it started to emit a strong blood light, but now it had dimmed down, and the entire flower was transparent, as though it was carved out of crystal. It was extremely beautiful. "What's this?" Yuer was a little curious about the spirit liquid in Qin Xiang's hands. Of course, she could tell that this spirit liquid had a strong ability to accelerate maturity. "I used the alive slain method to cultivate it, but it's not the best." Chen Xiang laughed. The most powerful thing was that he and the woman had dual cultivated alive slain methods and condensed spirit orbs. Even if it was just kissing, it would be much stronger than the spirit liquid that he condensed himself. The live slain method in the heaven-earth killing method, is it? This delay skill is also a mysterious skill, Yuer said, sticking out her small head, looking at the crystal-like Tianhai flower, and lightly laughed. "What a pity, this isn't something delicious. It's fully matured." When Chen Xiang saw the Tianhai flower move, his hand shot out like lightning and grabbed onto the stem of the flower. Then he quickly dug out the root and sealed it in a jade box. Just as he was about to pluck it, a sound came from outside the cave. "There's someone here, and judging from this aura, it should be those violet-clothed bandits." Yuer replied, "What do you plan to do?" Qin Xiang allowed his divine soul to travel through SPAC to check around, and discovered that there was only one purple-clothed man. He was currently removing the restriction, and the restriction they had set up had taken a lot of effort. It was not easy to remove and would take some time. "There's only one. Let's do it." Chen Xiang took out the 6 realms mirrors and started to lay down the killing array. After doing all of this, he hid in a corner of the cave wall and waited for the purple-clothed man to come in. This guy should have come by himself. These violet-clothed bandits aren't that united. Qin Xiang sent a sound transmission to Yue as he smiled. If that's the case, why did they still give 50 million to Zhan Shi to trick you out of it and kill you? Yue had some doubts. For them to be able to spend so many Xin Yuan stone S just to avenge their comrades. It seemed that they had a good relations. I plus P with each other. From Zhan Shi's memories, Qin Xiang understood that the relations I plus P between these violet-clothed bandits was indeed not very good, and they often fought for a little benefit. And the fact that they were willing to pay 50 million Xin Yuan stone to avenge their dead comrades really did not make sense. The killing array had already been set up, and when the man in purple saw the exquisite Tianhai flower, he could not help but be ecstatic. He quickly walked over, because he did not expect that the Tianhai flower would have matured so early. After getting rid of the blame, just blame it on Zhan Shi the brat for him to cooperate with us for so long and earn a lot. It's time for him to return the blame. The moment the purple-clothed man stepped into the killing array, Qin Xiang immediately activated it. This time he used the killing array with all his might, because the purple-clothed man was from upper heavenly Ji. His strength was much stronger than Zhan Shi's. He was even a bit worried that his killing array wouldn't be able to stop the purple-clothed man. The killing formation activated, and from the very beginning, it locked the purple-clothed man in place. His legs could not move, and at the same time it also quickly absorbed the divine power within his body. The purple-clothed man sensed that something was wrong and shouted loudly. The divine power in his body surged out, and he actually lifted a leg. So powerful! Qin Xiang felt the 6 realms' power inside the 6 realms' mirrors quickly disappearing. Terrified, he took out the D slaughtering sword and immediately used the D murdering sword techniques. Sensing the terrifying D killing sword, the purple-clothed man immediately exclaimed, D murdering sword techniques, Qin Xiang! The time inside the D murdering sword techniques made Qin Xiang's time speed up. Thus his speed of drawing the sword was many times faster. Just as the purple-robed man shouted out, his body had already been pierced by dozens of swords, all of them aimed at his vital points. How do you know I'm Qin Xiang? Qin Xiang thought it was strange. His appearance had already changed before. He shouldn't be able to recognize this purple-clothed man. After the purple-clothed man had been struck by Qin Xiang's D-murdering sword techniques, the D-slaughtering sword's energy entered his body and had already caused him a great deal of harm. And because Qin Xiang was worried that the purple-clothed man would retaliate against him before he died, she had even stabbed a sword into his divine sensi, causing the purple-clothed man's divine soul to suffer a heavy injury. Only you know. The purple-clothed man had not finished speaking when Qin Xiang saw a streak of golden light suddenly flash out. It was a vile person, and it was the purple-clothed man's divine soul. If divine sense C and his flesh were to suffer heavy losses, his divine soul could escape and he could quickly be reborn. However, Qin Xiang basically did not give him this kind of opportunity. He grabbed at the air, broke through the S-P-A-C, and directly grabbed onto the divine soul. The main reason why he used the soul-absorbing devil spell was because he wanted to use it on the divine soul. Now that he had the divine soul in his hands, it was easier for him to use the soul-absorbing devil spell. Thus, he easily found some information he wanted to know from this purple-robed man. Not long ago, he and Yue had been wondering why these purple-clothed bandits would be willing to pay 50 million Xinyuan stone for Zhan Shi to lure him out and kill him. So you are here for my D-murdering sword techniques and heavenly alchemy. That means the purple smoke divine mountain also has people inside. They got the news about me from an elder. Qin Xiang found a divine deity from the man's divine sense C. The purple-clothed man had hidden his divine deity very well. He was an upper heavenly Ji. D, and he had at least 3 divine deities, but Chen Xiang could only find one. This guy had originally been deceived by Zhanshi once, so in order to take revenge, he didn't care if Zhanshi would lure me out in the future or not. He just wanted to use this matter to slander Zhanshi, and then take all the Tian Hai flower for himself. Chen Xiang burned the purple-clothed man's body, leaving behind a bit of Zhanshi's aura. The storage magic treasure like Zhan, she would usually hide in the Divine Sense Sea. Even if they devoured their memories, they wouldn't know where they were hiding. When they were storing the storage, magic treasure, and divine deity, they didn't leave behind any memories and summoned them out as they pleased. Chen Xiang finished off Zhan Shi and a purple-clothed man, and even obtained a Tian Hai flower. His harvest was very rich, which caused him to happily hum a small tune in the mountain forest, skipping and walking around. Chen Xiang finished off Zhan Shi and a purple-clothed man, and even obtained a Tian Hai flower. His harvest was very rich, which caused him to happily hum a small tune in the mountain forest, skipping and walking around. On the other hand, Yu Er was resting inside her bag. If she sensed anything, she would wake up. Chen Xiang picked a wild flower and sucked the sweet juice from the flower. Then he gently shook the flower off and used his finger to release a burst of energy to scatter the flower and cause the petals to fall. This would allow the flower to be sowed and grow even more in the forest in the future. A few of the petals slowly became beautiful, and just as they were about to land on the ground, a gentle breeze suddenly blew into the forest. The petals that were about to fall to the ground were blown up by the wind. The strange thing was, after these petals were blown away, they actually clashed against each other. At first, Chen Xiang thought it was a coincidence, but the next scene he saw made him feel like he was facing a great enemy. A few petals were suddenly blown together by the light breeze, and at the moment of collision, they actually produced faint traces of white light. The petals that were initially scattered by Chen Xiang actually merged together and became beautiful flowers again. This was definitely not a coincidence. Rather, it was caused by a very powerful force. Who is it? Chen Xiang stopped in his tracks and shouted loudly. This guy is very strong. It seems like he has been following you for a long time. Yu Er hurriedly stuck her head out from her backpack and looked around, her voice also becoming more serious. Knowing that he had been followed, Chen Xiang felt a chill down his spine. If that was the case, then wouldn't he have been the one to let the purple-clothed man off the hook? Chen Xiang turned around and looked behind him. At this time, he only felt the wind grow stronger, and just as he was about to continue walking forward, he suddenly saw a man with long hair standing in front of him. This almost made Chen Xiang scream out in shock. He had used his spatial perception just now, but he still did not notice this man. Even when he closed his eyes, he could not feel that this man was right in front of him. Even if it was A.G. O.D., he wouldn't feel such terror. The man in white had a very handsome face, and his eyebrows were meticulously trimmed. The hand holding the bamboo flute was very long, and his nails were carefully trimmed. He seemed to care even more about these things than the women. Chen Xiang, on the other hand, was tall and STU. His clothes were tattered, his hair was messy. There was even some mud under his nails. The bottom of his pants were rolled up to reveal his extremely dense leg hair, and although he was handsome, his unkempt personality prevented his handsome face from appearing. Chen Xiang and the white-clothed man in front of him were like two polar opposites. "Who are you, and why are you following me?" Chen Xiang asked with a frown and a vigilant expression. He had already taken out the G.O.D. slaughtering sword. The man in white smiled. His smile was very charming, and his voice was filled with a strange charm. "I didn't follow you. I've been in this place for quite a while. I only came to take a look after noticing that someone has entered this place." Sunlight shone through the gaps in the treetops, causing beams of light to fall from the trees. The man in white waved his hand, and a gentle breeze blew, causing the flower to float in the wind and land in his palm. "I'm so sorry to bother you." Chen Xiang cupped his fist and turned to leave. Before he had taken a few steps, the white-clothed man suddenly appeared in front of him. I just want to ask, were you the one who used the murdering sword techniques? The white-clothed man asked. I was attracted by your terrifying killing sword. This man in white was very strong. Chen Xiang was not able to see his strength, and only felt that this man in white was capable of killing him at any time. Yes. Chen Xiang replied. Where did you get it? With a gentle blow of his white robe, the flower in his palm floated away with the wind. It was unknown where he had drifted to. From his appearance, it seemed that he doted on these flowers. A senior sister Pa-S said down the murdering sword techniques to me, and this senior sister's father Pa-S said down the murdering sword techniques to him. As for how his father obtained it, I don't know. Chen Xiang spoke the truth. It won't be easy to cultivate this murdering sword techniques, especially one with a killing sword at your level. As far as I know, the first thing you need to do is to have the slaughtering bloodline, but you obviously don't. The white-clothed man spoke indifferently, but his eyes were staring straight at Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang immediately felt a great pressure pressing down on him. His back was covered with cold sweat. I'm not too sure either. This might have something to do with the divine deity that I fused with before. Chen Xiang had already determined that the divine deity he had fused with should have belonged to that Sixth Daos divine monarch. It was said that he was the son of the Sixth Daos divine king and was a legendary figure in the Six Realms divine palace. After the white-clothed man heard this, he slightly frowned. After pondering for a moment, he no longer pursued the matter of the murdering sword techniques, and asked about another matter instead. Are the star and crescent beast in your bag? Yue stuck her head out. I am a star and crescent beast. Do you want to eat me? Chen Xiang was startled, but Yue had an impatient tone when she asked that. It seemed like she had some understanding of the man in white, and even asked him, Do you want to eat me? The white-clothed man smiled. Why do you want to know if I want to eat you? Don't tell me I look like someone who specializes in eating star and crescent beast. Yue snorted lightly. Your divine Wind Valley has always had this kind of tradition. As far as I know, most of our star and crescent beast were captured by your divine Wind Valley. In divine Wind Valley, Chen Xiang suddenly understood that this man had always been using wind power, so this divine Wind Valley should be one of the powers in Super D realm. I am from the divine Wind Valley. Not bad, but I have been separated from the divine Wind Valley for many years. Now, I am from the Six Realms divine palace. The white-clothed man smiled. Moreover, the divine Wind Valley that you mentioned is from many years ago. The current divine Wind Valley doesn't eat star and crescent beast anymore, nor do they dare to eat star and crescent beast. Humph, Yue was still very unhappy. What kind of background do you have? As far as I know, Six Realms Divine Palace doesn't have a person like you. The white-clothed man laughed. My name is Xiao Changel. Although I have joined the Six Realms Divine Palace, I have rarely shown my face. I have been training in this treasured land all year round. Chen Xiang replied, If Senior doesn't have anything else, then I'll be leaving first. I still have to rush back, okay? This land had a strange power, so it was normal for Xiao Changel to be hiding here to cultivate. Now, Chen Xiang just wanted to return to the Supreme Divine Palace and leave this mysterious expert behind, even though this person had no ill intentions towards him. You must be from the Supreme Divine Palace. Xiao Changel asked with a smile. Yes. Chen Xiang didn't think that he would be seen through so easily. He didn't have the characteristics of a Supreme Divine Palace. I will be going to the Supreme Divine Palace soon. I think you should be from there, otherwise you wouldn't have collected such a precious medicine. I didn't expect that there would be a little kid like you in the Dan Hall. Xiao Changel chuckled. You can go back first. I think we won't be seeing each other for long. New quick text. Qin Xiang didn't know much about Xiao Changle, but this guy knew a lot of things about him. The matter of him killing the purple-robed man in the cave must have been found out by Xiao Changle. Qin Xiang didn't know much about Xiao Changle, but this guy knew a lot of things about him. The matter of him killing the purple-robed man in the cave must have been found out by Xiao Changle. Don't worry, I didn't see what you did in the cave. Xiao Changle patted Qin Xiang's shoulder. Qin Xiang nodded, then cupped his fists. Thank you, Senior, for understanding. Farewell. Qin Xiang immediately ran. Xiao Changle said that he was from Six Realms Divine Palace, and the killing array that he had set up with the Six Realms mirrors in the cave was probably seen by Xiao Changle, so he must have already known that had Six Realms mirrors. Thus he ran so fast. He was worried that Xiao Changle might want to see his Six Realms mirrors. Qin Xiang continuously teleported, only stopping to rest after walking out of the great mountain and arriving at a piece of prairie, did not stop until he had dashed madly for 2 consecutive days. Do you have a clue? Just what kind of background does this guy have? It's too scary. Even when facing strong people like Yi Bidong, I don't feel this kind of pressure. Qin Xiang exhaled, then released Little Lightning. Riding on Little Lightning's back, he returned to Supreme Divine Palace. Yueter said, I have never heard of his name, but I can roughly guess his strength. He should be someone who has reached the pinnacle of the Supreme G, D realm, and is only a little bit away from Serpa. Sing the realm of the Supreme G, D. He should be a Supreme G, D who possesses 19 divine deity. Qin Xiang exclaimed, No wonder it's so scary. Is there such a powerful being in the Supreme Divine Palace? Yuera crawled out from her backpack and ran into Qin Xiang's embrace, saying, Yes, Supreme Divine Palace's palace master should have that kind of strength. Qin Xiang had never seen the Hall Master of the Supreme Divine Palace before. He had only heard that this Hall Master rarely appeared. Unless something big happened, he would never come out to settle things, even if it was the large compet. 1 Tian. Doesn't that mean that this Xiao Changle possesses the same terrifying power as the Supreme Divine Palace's Hall Master? Does that mean that there are a lot of these fellows in the Six Realms Divine Palace? Said in surprise. Said that he was from the Divine Wind Valley and joined the Six Realms Divine Palace later on. In the past, Six Realms Divine Palace was very powerful, especially during the time of the Six Daos Divine Monarchs. However, after the disappearance of the Six Daos Divine Monarchs, the Six Realms Divine Palace also declined. Everything Yuera knew, she knew from the higher-ups in the Beast Divine Palace. She had Blee position in the Star Moon Divine race, so she knew a lot of things. Qin Xiang returned to the Supreme Divine Palace. He did not expect that it would take him so long to walk out of the depths of the treasure grounds. Returning back to the 10th Dan Hall, Qin Xiang saw Shui Bingyan and Feng Yujie organizing some medicinal herbs in the courtyard outside. Seeing Qin Xiang and Yuera return, Shui Bingyan walked over happily. Elder Brother Shin, Yuera, how do you do? Yuera really liked Shui Bingyan. She flew out from her backpack and threw herself into Shui Bingyan's embrace, playing with him with her cute little paws. Has Bingyan adapted yet? Qin Xiang sat down and helped Feng Yujie get those dried-up miracle medicines. He did not know what they looked like. Feng Yujie chuckled. Your worries and mine are superfluous. Although this girl is simple, she is not easy to deceive. She has a very strong sense of perception and is very sensitive to whoever has ill intents towards her. She doesn't need to adapt to our human environment. Qin Xiang looked at Shui Bingyan's innocent and brilliant smile and sighed. I hope our human environment isn't so treacherous to her heart. What are these? Asked. There were many divine medicines, and all of them looked like gray fruits, but the roots of the fruits were intertwined together. The divine aura fruit and the void primordial spirit fruit, the main 2 kinds of Zhongping medicine in refining the divine concealment pellet, are intertwined together. Now we need to separate them one by one. Feng Yujie said, Did you get anything from going to the divine medicine trove? My harvest is not bad. How did you get these medicinal ingredients? Did you buy them? Qinxiang asked. I don't know why that guy called Xiaeo gave it to me, but for some reason he gave it to me without taking my Shen Yuan stone. Seeing Qinxiang smile, Feng Yujie knew that it had something to do with Qinxiang and quickly asked, What exactly is going on? Qinxiang chuckled. I saved this guy, moreover, he can be considered to be someone I know. He is 9 heaven world. Feng Yujie opened her mouth in shock and exclaimed, So it's evil emperor. How did he become like this? I can't even recognize him. No wonder the qi on his body gave me a familiar feeling. You've met him. Qinxiang didn't think that Feng Yujie would enter the evil emperor and see her. What was strange was that she didn't recognize him. Of course I've added him. However, at that time, he was completely different from how he is now. He was basically 2 different people. He had also seen me before. Merely at that time, I had used a different appearance. Feng Yujie said. Qinxiang took out that blue-colored flower. When he met Xiaeo in the divine medicinal treasures grounds, it was precisely because of these blue-colored flowers that he simply told Feng Yujie about the past. Feng Yujie spun the blue flower and said with a frown, I don't know what kind of flower this is, but from your description, it seems like the effects are not ordinary. I even suspect whether it is a zhongping medicine. I just ate a petal, and the effects are already very scary. Qinxiang said, Right now, the blue flower in Feng Yujie's hand was missing a petal. Suddenly, a voice came from the direction of the small yard. This is the dead, profound, evil flower. You can still live after eating a petal. This is your fate. If you don't know how to handle it, a hole will be blasted in your stomach. This was the voice of Hall Master Luo Tianjun. He had already come out of seclusion. He walked out of the room and instantly arrived beside the table, taking the death, profound, evil flower from Feng Yujie's hands. After Yue heard this, she immediately flew over and said in shock, This is the legendary death, profound, evil flower that could let the supreme pierce through the heart easily. Hearing Yue's description, Qinxiang's heart suddenly had a lingering fear. He was glad he only ate a petal back then. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be able to sit here so comfortably right now. Luo Tianjun glanced at Yue. Even though he was in closed-door training, he knew a little about what was happening outside. When Yue and Shui Bingyan came in a while ago, he immediately found out. Yue was, after all, a star and crescent beast, so it was very easy to see through her. This is only a medial grade death, mysterious, black, evil flower. If it were a superior grade flower, then this little demon's reputation would probably grow back. Luo Tianjun returned the flower to Qinxiang and then warned her sternly, You can't eat it anymore. This flower is an evil medicine that can kill people. Qinxiang immediately nodded his head, but he was ecstatic in his heart. If he refined the pill, the power would definitely be great. The stone on the mountain where Long Xue's remnant soul was previously on also had a terrifying power. He had not refined it yet. Hall Master, have you heard of Xiao Chengel? Qinxiang suddenly asked, upon hearing his question. Both Feng Yujie and Luo Tianjun's face changed. They actually knew who Xiao Chengel was. Luo Tianjun let out a long sigh. No wonder this kind of flower would appear in such a precious land of divine medicine. It was planted by this guy. He's still the same as always. Always like to plant this kind of thing. Luo Tianjun let out a long sigh. No wonder this kind of flower would appear in such a precious land of divine medicine. It was planted by this guy. He's still the same as always. Always like to plant this kind of thing. Qinxiang was startled. Xiao Chengel truly loved flowers, and this kind of terrifying, death-profound, evil flower was actually planted by him. Luo Tianjun looked at Feng Yujie. Girl, do you recognize this guy as well? Feng Yujie nodded. I'm young. We were quite familiar with him when we were young. I didn't expect him to be here. At that time, the 9 Divine Kings was extremely prestigious, and since Xiao Chang'e was able to recognize Feng Yujie, it meant that Xiao Chang'e had a pretty good status at that time. Hall Master, he said that he is from the Six Realms Divine Palace. What is his position in the Six Realms Divine Palace? Chun Xiang asked. This Xiao Chang'e knew some of his secrets. He had to figure out Xiao Chang'e's ident. 1. Tai Now. He is the Hall Master of the Six Realms Divine Palace. Although this guy is from the Six Realms Divine Palace, he is also an alchemist, and strictly speaking, he can be considered my martial uncle. No one knows his ident. 1. Tai in the Six Realms Divine Palace. Only a few elders and hall masters of the Supreme Divine Palace know about him. Luo Tianjuan's words caused Chun Xiang and Yuer to be extremely shocked. They never thought that Xiao Chang'e was actually the hall master of the Six Realms Divine Palace. Feng Yujie frowned. He was originally from the Divine Wind Valley. Why did he run to Six Realms Divine Palace? Luo Tianjun said he controls the wind laws. Later on, because the Divine Wind Valley and the Purple Smoke Divine Mountain jointly did something that would harm the disciples of both sides. At that time, Divine Wind Valley and the Purple Smoke Divine Mountain both sent a portion of their disciples away. That was when he entered the Six Realms Divine Palace. Qin Xiang suddenly thought back to when Xiao Chang'e asked him about the demurdering sword techniques. Obviously, Xiao Chang'e already knew that he had fused with the divine deity of the Six Daos divine monarchs, and even knew that he had the Six Realms mirrors, but he did not say anything. How is he? Qin Xiang asked. Not bad, just that she likes to dress up more than women, and flowers more than women. The rest are still quite good. Luo Tianjun laughed mischievously. You should have seen him in the precious land of divine medicine. Chun Xiang nodded his head. It was indeed just as Luo Tianjun had said. Hall Master, he said that he will be coming to the Supreme Divine Palace soon. What is he doing here? Qin Xiang asked. He should be the one who brought the disciples of the Six Realms Divine Palace to join in the fun. Our Hall Master should have made an agreement with him that the compet 1. Tai in this time will possibly compare to the other forces. When the time comes, the three great halls will be gathered together, and other forces like the Divine Wind Valley and the Purple Smoke Divine Mountain will also come. Luo Tianjun said, it will be more lively later on. That's what Hall Master told me before. That's why I went into seclusion, because when the time comes, we old bones will have to go up on stage and regain some face. Camel. Someone suddenly shouted from outside the door. His voice was like thunder. Hearing the voice, Qin Xiang knew who it was. It was the chief hall master of the Soul Hall, Zhu Xiangyuan. Qin Xiang helped him find the Tao Heartstone. But half of the compensation he gave Qin Xiang had not been paid off, which was equivalent to giving him a decent set of divine soul. The reason he's here now should be to send us off with his divine soul. The moment Zhu Xiangyuan came in and saw Qin Xiang, without saying a word, he threw a pearl over to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang took the pearl and felt that it was very scalding to the hand. This is a fire attribute, divine soul. I've already finished refining it, so it's very easy for you to fuse it. Zhu Xiangyuan smiled and said, be careful when fusing with them. This fire attribute divine soul is extremely overbearing. Don't get burned. Luo Tianjun thought it was strange. He had only closed himself off for a few months. Yet Zhu Xiangyuan had already gifted him with divine soul. It had to be known that even old bones like them would find it difficult to obtain such a high-quality divine soul from Zhu Xiangyuan. What's going on? Luo Tianjun felt that it was strange. So he looked at Zhu Xiangyuan and asked. He helped me find the Tao Heart Stone. Just as Zhu Xiangyuan finished speaking, he realized that he had leaked his mouth, because he had promised Qin Xiang not to tell him about this matter. Hearing that, Luo Tianjuan's eyes immediately became round. He glared at Qin Xiang and then left. It seemed like he went to Supreme Hall to look for the old man. Zhu Xiangyuan chuckled at Qin Xiang. Don't worry, I won't let your hall master cause any trouble. I'll go watch him right now. Zhu Xiangyuan left as well as he let out a helpless sigh. Yue continued to play with Shui Bingyan. They were both chasing after him and playing around. When Chen Xiang and the others were talking earlier, Shui Bingyan also sat obediently by the side and listened quietly. Sister Feng, how did you know that Xiao Changle? Chen Xiang asked. If he sees you now, would he still recognize you? Feng Yujie laughed. Of course I recognize him. Back then, 9 divine kings had set his eyes on this guy, so he was doing quite well in Divine Wind Valley. The D King had often given him pointers, so when I was young, I often cultivated with him. Let's not talk about this anymore. I even found this in the Divine Medicine Land. Chun Xiang took out the Tianhai flower and laughed. Is this a Tianhai flower? When Feng Yujie saw it, she cried out in surprise, It's the Tianhai flower! This is great. This is a divine medicine that is difficult to find in order to refine the divine sense. See pellet. Qin Xiang said, Seems like I'm not mistaken. Feng Yujie carefully stored it away. This was a very precious thing to her. Brat, I have already improved the regeneration Dan. Feng Yujie also had some good news to tell Qin Xiang. Seeing her pleased smile, Qin Xiang couldn't help but reach out and caress her face. How did it go? Qin Xiang knew that Feng Yujie was using this to vent his anger towards the young alchemist that had refined the regeneration Dan. Although regeneration Danes can regenerate their flesh and bones, their speed is very slow and they aren't very effective against DS who have relatively stronger flesh and bones. Feng Yujie said, But the jade-back divine pellet that I refined could regenerate bones and flesh quickly. If my body was just a bit weaker, I could complete it in an instant, and it would be much better than the regeneration Dan by many times. Feng Yujie faintly sighed. The only thing that is lacking is that this kind of pill is slightly more difficult to refine, and we need to add another Zhongping medicine. Although the effects are very good, the price would definitely be very high. If not, it would be difficult to reverse the price. Chun Xiang looked at the divine soul in his hands and said, I have a way. That fellow's regeneration Danes are not endless. I think that he already has some in stock, and he is only selling them to a few people. If we can quickly copy the regeneration Dan's medicinal ingredients and quickly refine them, then we can definitely compete with him. I know that as well, but how do we solve this problem? Replicating the medicinal ingredients is not a difficult task. What's more difficult is to quickly refine the ingredients. After all, this is a Zhongping Dan. It requires a batch of Shangping Holy Danes to concoct. This gave Feng Yujie a headache. The reason why Qin Xiang did not start refining Zhongping Dan was because he was looking for a solution to the problem that caused all the pill GODS to feel a headache. It was that all the Zhongping Dan needed to add a lot of Shangping Holy Dan as support when they were refining. The reason why Qin Xiang did not start refining Zhongping Dan was because he was looking for a solution to the problem that caused all the pill DS to feel a headache. It was that all the Zhongping Dan needed to add a lot of Shangping Holy Dan as support when they were refining. The majority of Zhongping Dan's pill formulas were like that. While the supporting Shangping Holy Dan only had a stable effect, its medicinal strength would not be merged into the divine pellet, which also meant that even if the Shangping Holy Dan did not refine it, the quality of the divine pellet would not change. However, without Shangping Holy Dan, it would be hard to maintain stability in the furnace. This was mainly because when the Zhongping medicine was being burnt, it needed to consume some energy in order to be docile and not be irritable. Therefore, when they were in the ancient times, the pill Di had thought of this method. When refining Zhongping Dan, they would add in Shangping Holy Dan and let the Zhongping medicine melt to the Zhongping medicine to swallow. I'll go into seclusion for a few days to see if I can succeed. Qin Xiang said, Give me 2 sets of regeneration Dan's medicinal ingredients. Feng Yujie handed over the ingredients to Qin Xiang. His face was slightly flushed, and he said, There aren't many spirit pearls left. We need to take some time to get more. Chun Xiang laughed sinisterly and quickly entered the BS. EMENT. He did not start to refine pills, but took out the divine soul that Zhu Shengyuan had just delivered. He was still an inferior divine God. He only had 2 divine soul less. Qin Xiang's first life ability was that the Chuangzhou fire would be of great help to him in refining pills, and his second life ability was the celestial phenomenon art. This was what he got from cultivating the heavenly spirit kung fu. It allowed him to have a strong defense. And after that, he would cultivate the 3rd divine soul and condense the 3rd divine deity. At that time, he would also have the 3rd life ability. Right now, he was training in the heavenly alchemy. He planned to use the heavenly alchemy to cultivate the 3rd and 3rd divine deity, which would affect his 3rd life and abilities. It's exactly because Xiao Chou has this kind of thing that he can advance by leaps and bounds. I will fuse with this divine soul first, and when the time comes I will cultivate the 3rd divine deity, and then I will become a God. When Chen Xiang thought about the 10 divine deities that were required to become the supreme God, he felt that he still had a long way to go, so he had to speed up a little. The divine soul that Zhu Shengyuan had refined was placed inside the divine sensei and had actually easily fused with him. Now he only needed to cultivate a little, to make himself more compatible with the divine soul, and after that he only needed a long time of seclusion to condense the 3rd divine deity. Regeneration Dan. Chen Xiang took out a portion of Regeneration Dan's medicinal ingredients. This was only medicinal ingredients. There were no Shangpin Holy Danas. Feng Yujie had told him before that even if he used the heavenly alchemy, if he did not join the Shangpin Holy Danas inside, it would be very difficult to maintain the stability of the pill furnace. Feng Yujie had taught her the heavenly alchemy, so she definitely did not have as much understanding towards it as Qin Xiang. So when she was refining pills, more or less, she still had the method to refine pills from before. That was why she did not understand and change the way she used the heavenly alchemy, and it would take a long time to comprehend and change the way Qin Xiang did. Feng Yujie had already told Qin Xiang the timing of the appearance of these few spirit blood S. Therefore, Qin Xiang did not need to test them a little. He could directly burn these few Zhongpin medicine to a certain degree. It appeared, Sister Feng, you seem to know a lot about the Regeneration Dan's divine medicine. When Chen Xiang saw the spirit blood inside the few divine medicines, he immediately captured all of them and then merged them all together. It seemed like it would succeed, but in the instant the fusion occurred, the things that Chen Xiang expected did not happen. Instead, they were all separated. This is bad. Chen Xiang immediately opened the lid on the pill furnace, releasing a few more berserk medicine aura from the furnace bit by bit. Zhongpin medicine are really different. They could have fused together, but why are spirit blood suddenly rejecting each other and even breaking apart? Qin Xiang sank into deep thought. He had never encountered such a situation before. He had used the original source refining, so spirit blood were extremely important to him. If the spirit blood were to shatter, it meant that he would fail. Feng Yujie had said before that if the Shangpin Holy Danas had smelted and added in the energy after the holy pellet was refined, it would allow the Zhongpin medicine S to swallow the energy, allowing them to integrate with the spirit blood S bit by bit smoothly. During this process, he would also need to continuously refine a large number of Shangpin Holy Danas, and also have to evenly distribute the energy that the holy pellet produced. If Chen Xiang wanted to solve this problem, he had to first understand why Zhongpin medicine would reject each other and even self-destruct when they fused with each other. He only had one portion of Regeneration Dan's medicinal ingredients in his hands, while Feng Yujie only had one portion of medicinal ingredients to duplicate. He took a deep breath and placed the divine medicines on top of a jade plate. Then he used his spiritual eye to carefully observe them. Thus he continued to read. It took him 3 whole days before he had a clue. It should be like this. These Zhongpin medicine have all developed a stronger spirit, and they also have gathered a bit of energy inside the divine medicine. It's similar to divine deity and things like that. If the energy within the few divine medicines was too different, they would not be able to fuse together, and the spirit blood would also reject each other. And when I forcefully gathered the spirit blood together, it would cause it to shatter. Chen Xiang frowned as he thought about it. There is a huge difference in the energy hidden within the Zhongping medicine, and the strength of the energy depends on the strength of the spirit blood. If I were to forcefully merge them together, it would cause the weak spirit blood to explode. That's why it happened before. This was just like him using an egg to touch a rock. The difference between the two was too great, so they couldn't fuse together. As for the Shangping Holy Dan, it would have the effect of protecting the weak divine medicine with an energy S, HI plus ELD. Once the weak divine medicine had reached a certain level of balance, it would fuse together without causing a weak explosion, and after successful fusion, it would then disperse the energy that the Shangping Holy Dan had turned into. If I use the original source refining, I can only start from the original spirit blood. As long as we strengthen the spirit blood, it won't explode when we fuse with it. Qin Xiang had already found a way to solve it, but he still hadn't found the way to use the strong spirit blood. There should be something inside the heavenly alchemy. When I first comprehended the original source refining, I saw something related to it, but I didn't pay it much attention at that time. When Chen Xiang thought of this, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart about how profound the heavenly alchemy was. It took Chen Xiang a few days to understand the method of the strong spirit blood from the heavenly alchemy. It took Chen Xiang a few days to understand the method of the strong spirit blood from the heavenly alchemy. Looks like it uses up a lot of divine sense C's power. I wonder what effect the 6 realms power of my divine sense C will have if I use it on it. What was expended was the power within the divine sense C, because Chen Xiang cultivated the 6 realms magic kung fu. All he had right now were 6 streams of Ji, delay power. And what the mysterious power could do, the 6 realms power could too. After finding the method, Chen Xiang started refining the regeneration Dan. He first burnt the few types of divine medicines to a certain degree, then used his spirit essence to see the spirit blood and used the strengthening technique that he had just comprehended. Before using this method, he had to first figure out which divine medicines were too weak, and then strengthen the spirit blood of these divine medicines. All he had to do was balance the spirit blood. The only thing he needed to do was to use a powerful spirit technique, and the 6 realms power in his body would quickly rush out of the divine sense C, turning into a light green glow and flowing out of his palms. It would enter the pill furnace through the fire entrance of the pill furnace and then wrap around the divine medicine and permeate into the divine medicine little by little, strengthening those weak spirit blood. At this time, Chen Xiang also used his spirit eyes and carefully observed the spirit blood. When the spirit blood was weak, its color would slightly change, and as it grew stronger, its color would also deepen, so it was very easy to see. As long as the color depth of the divine medicines were similar, they could begin to fuse together. This kind of situation wouldn't happen to low-quality divine medicines. Although low-quality divine medicine's spirit blood would also have a large difference in strength, but because the energy contained within the divine medicine wasn't enough to detonate, it could be forcefully merged. On the other hand, the middle grade and above divine medicines were different. The powerful energy concealed within would explode if the spirit blood was not stable at all. It's about time. Qin Xiang never thought that he would have to spend 3 days to get the color of the spirit blood to be identical, and that he would have to use up a lot of 6 realms power S. It's because I'm not familiar with this technique that I have to use it bit by bit. Therefore, if I'm familiar with it after such a long period of time, the time I need can be shortened by a lot. It's not a problem for me to produce a pill quickly. Qin Xiang used his divine sense to form a hand, grabbing the spirit blood inside the ball of medicine aura and fusing them together. At this moment, Qin Xiang's heart was thumping hard. He was nervous. If he failed, he would have to find a new method. However, if he succeeded, it would be much easier and faster to refine Zhongping Dan than other alchemists. He did not even need to refine a large number of Shangping Holy Dan. This was something that made him very excited. When the few spirit blood fused together, Chen Xiang's forehead could not help but exude a large amount of sweat. When he saw the spirit blood fuse into a ball, he let out a long sigh. Done! Chen Xiang was overjoyed and heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, the medicine aura S and medicinal powders had all fused together into a very dense ball of air. As expected of Zhongping medicine, if we combine several of them together, we can produce such a dense amount of medicine aura. Seems like we can condense quite a few pills. Chen Xiang was extremely happy in his heart. If you use the holy pellet as support after the fusion is done, you have to release the holy pellet's energy. When the energy is released, a large portion of the medicine aura will be lost, so the amount of medicine aura that leave the pellet is very small. Chen Xiang had understood it before. The young pill Ji, who made Supreme Divine Palace, only had 2 pills, but he was still not sure how many pills Feng Yujie could make out of these pills. He still had to continue burning these medicine aura S to make them pure. According to this method, if you can only condense an ordinary pill, you should be able to condense at least 5 pills. Chen Xiang was even more excited. The more he could condense, the better. This way, he wouldn't feel like he was losing out even if he sold them at a low price. Now that he had solved the problem, he did not need to add Shangping Holy Danas to refine the pill. This could reduce a lot of costs and the amount of energy needed to refine the pill, at the same time increasing the number of pills. After Chen Xiang refined that large lump of medicine aura to a very pure state, he was somewhat agitated in his heart. 7 pills. It should not be a problem. He rewarded this group of medicine aura with 7 points, and then carried on with the process of condensing the pellet. After a short while, Chen Xiang succeeded in condensing the pellet. He opened the furnace and saw that there were 7 light yellow regeneration Dan S inside. Great, as long as I copy a little more, I can quickly refine a large amount. Chen Xiang wiped his sweat and hurriedly walked out of the bia. E, M, E, and T with the 7 regeneration Dan. When they arrived at the top, Feng Yujie was currently sleeping on the same bed as Shui Bingyan, while Yu'er was sprawled on the ground next to Shui Bingyan. Shui Bingyan slept soundly and looked good in her sleep. Feng Yujie, who was at the side, woke up early, and when she heard the door to the BAS, E, M, E, and T opened, her eyes shone open. She had been waiting for Chen Xiang's good news. Do you want to kiss her? Feng Yujie laughed. I don't dare, she's strong. Chen Xiang curled his lips. Feng Yujie had already walked down from the bed and arrived beside a table. Chen Xiang laughed. Look. Feng Yujie saw that Chen Xiang had opened a jade box, and there were 7 regeneration Dan inside. She almost shouted out happily, but she was worried that she would disturb Shui Bingyan, so she restrained herself. How did you refine it? Without using Shangping Holy Dan S, you can use 2 portions of regeneration Dan S medicinal ingredients to refine 7 pellets. Feng Yujie placed the regeneration Dan on his palm and carefully examined them. They are even of high quality. Chen Xiang chuckled. My first furnace was a failure. These 7 pills you saw were all refined in the same furnace. Impossible. Feng Yujie shouted lightly. She had refined regeneration Dan many times. She knew regeneration Dan well enough. She felt that her 4 pellets were already the limit, and she had to use her best to be able to condense 4. Chen Xiang laughed but did not speak. He took a close look at these regeneration Dan and discovered that they were all hot. The temperature was about the same, but she still quickly shook her head. She could not accept this kind of thing that she felt was impossible. Sister Feng, you can do it too. I'll teach you tomorrow. I'm a bit tired now, so I'll go take a bath first. Chen Xiang walked into the bathroom and quietly washed off the perspiration on his body. Then he sat on a chair and crossed his legs to rest. Feng Yujie also leaned over, laid in Chen Xiang's embrace, and gently caressed his cheeks as she gently said, "I'll accompany you." Chen Xiang kissed her red lips and laughed. Then he hugged her and went to the other bed, where they slept in each other's embrace. Feng Yujie, who was hugging Chen Xiang, fell asleep beauty, with a sweet smile on her face. Feng Yujie, who was hugging Chen Xiang, fell asleep beauty, with a sweet smile on her face. In the morning, Chen Xiang heard Yuer meowing. Both he and Feng Yujie woke up because of this, and even though the sky wasn't completely bright yet, a light blue light floated in the room. These rays of light were emitted from Shui Bingyan's body. At this moment, Chen Xiang, Feng Yujie, and Yuer had all woken up. She seems to be on the verge of a breakthrough. In this period of time, she did not train much. Yuer was extremely shocked as she flew to Feng Yujie and his bed. Feng Yujie said, "In the past, when she slept with me at night, she also had this kind of sleeping experience. At that time, I asked her. She herself did not know what was going on." Chen Xiang and the others watched on from the side. After daybreak, Shui Bingyan's body stopped emitting the blue-colored light. She had also woken up at this moment. When Shui Bingyan woke up, he saw Chen Xiang and the others were looking at her. At this moment, her clothes were all drenched, obviously because of the blue light that was emitted by her a moment ago. "Good morning, everyone." Shui Bingyan smiled sweetly at Chen Xiang and the others and quickly took off the clothes on his body, not caring about what Chen Xiang felt at all. This beautiful snow-white body caused Chen Xiang to stare blankly, but his eyes were quickly covered up by Feng Yujie's jade hands. Shui Bingyan changed into a purple skirt. Feng Yujie immediately walked over to help her tidy up her clothes and reminded her, "Bingyan, in the future, when there's a man around, you can't take off your clothes as you please. I remember telling you this before. But elder brother Shin is not an outsider. He even taught me to wear clothes. He gave me all of my clothes." Shui Bingyan looked at Chen Xiang and simply smiled at him, causing Chen Xiang to be unable to control himself. This Shui Bingyan was really so innocent and adorable, he liked her a lot. "Bingyan, when you were sleeping, your body was emitting blue light and you even wet your clothes. What's going on?" Chen Xiang asked. "When you slept just now, did you feel anything?" Shui Bingyan looked at Feng Yujie, and because Feng Yujie had asked her about this before, she shook her head. "I don't know, I just felt that I was a little hot sleeping just now, and then my body started to sweat." Shui Bingyan himself didn't know what was going on, so he and the others definitely wouldn't be able to get anything out of him either. Chen Xiang wanted to teach Feng Yujie how to refine regeneration Dan, but before that he and Feng Yujie would have to dual cultivate with a live slain method and condense some spirit orbs so that they could replicate the regeneration Dan ingredients. Yuer and Feng Yujie were playing around in the courtyard. Because she was worried that Shui Bingyan would cause trouble, Feng Yujie did not allow her to walk out of the courtyard. Chen Xiang and Feng Yujie were at the bottom of the secret room. When they were dual cultivating with the alive slain method, Chen Xiang had also said down the spirit strengthening technique to Feng Yujie through the divine soul. Other than that, Feng Yujie could also clearly remember Chen Xiang using the spirit strengthening technique to refine pills. "I know how to refine it. Brat, you're so amazing. You actually managed to comprehend this method." Feng Yujie was extremely happy and kissed Chen Xiang on the mouth. "Go out and look at Bingyan. I always let her and me stay in the secret room in the past. You should also accompany her to play." Chen Xiang and Feng Yujie kissed for a moment, then walked out of the secret room. When they arrived outside, it was already evening. Shui Bingyan and Yuer sat on the rooftop, watching the distant setting sun. Shui Bingyan was still holding onto a sweet fruit in her hands, which she had already bitten a few times. Chen Xiang lightly jumped on top and came to Shui Bingyan's side, laughing. "Who gave you this fruit? It looks very delicious." Shui Bingyan said the fruit over. "Elder brother Shen eat. It's better if you eat it." I've eaten too much of this fruit. Then she took out the divine fruit that Huang Jintian had given her. This divine fruit could produce an extremely fragrant fruit juice, and a small piece of the fruit could be cut out from it. Shui Bingyan took a sip and praised it repeatedly. She was worried that she wouldn't be able to drink any more, so she took a small sip. Bingyan, will you miss the place you were born in? Shui Bingyan asked. Shui Bingyan was a Tao spirit, but she was no different from ordinary people. She could be considered a natural-born life form, and was very strong. I don't want to go back. It's so boring inside. No one told me anything interesting. I also don't have you heir to play with me. Shui Bingyan shook his head. I don't want to go back. Qin Xiang laughed. Then I won't go back. Wait till I bring you to an even more interesting place to do even more interesting things. Shui Bingyan nodded with antic. 1. P-Asian. As they sat on the roof, they could see that the Three Gu brothers was coming back to them in a loud voice. When Three Gu brothers opened the door, he saw Qin Xiang and Shui Bingyan on top of the roof, watching the sunset. Brat, where's little Junior's sister? The price of the regeneration Dan has risen, and now it is selling for 1,500,000, which is over 1 million more than before. Oldest Gu shouted. Previously, because someone wanted to go against Feng Yujie, Qin Xiang had flaunted himself and sold the income tax that was originally worth millions of Xinyuan stone, but now it had suddenly increased to 1,500,000. Qin Xiang was very surprised. Why did it suddenly increase so much? Does anyone buy it? Qin Xiang asked. He had 7 regeneration Dan S in his possession, and he had already found a way to easily refine them. So he and Feng Yujie planned to fight back. No one has bought it yet, but it will soon be available. At that time, the boxing hall, sword hall, and others would all have this kind of healing pellet. That fellow who sold the regeneration Dan very cheaply before must earn back some money now. That's why he raised the price so suddenly. The oldest Gu said, Is it possible that little Junior doesn't plan on refining more regeneration Dan now? Second brother Gu said, Now that the regeneration Dan's ingredients have all been bought by that guy, that BASTARD is actually HOA, writing quite a few regeneration Dan's ingredients. That guy sold the pills at a low price and bought the regeneration Dan's ingredients at a high price. On one hand, it's to publicize his own strength and his own ability as a regeneration Dan, and on the other hand, it's to wait for the large compet. 1. Tie-in to come and earn a lot of money. Qin Xiang said during the large compet, 1. Tie-in, other forces will also come, right? The oldest Gu nodded his head. They will, and will be more than 10 days early. At that time, they will also come here to buy medicinal ingredients, because in this Super G, D-Realm, the Dan Hall S are quite famous. More than 10 days later, a large group of disciples from other forces should arrive and start to build houses outside of the Divine Palace. It is the young men from Boxing Hall and Boxing Hall who are responsible for building these houses. Qin Xiang had been concocting pills in his closed-door cultivation these past few days, so he did not know about these things. If it was really like this, then he and Feng Yujie would have been able to counterattack using the regeneration Dan and let the young alchemist who was competing with them experience the feeling of being suppressed. Right now, Qin Xiang only needed to wait for Feng Yujie to come out before he could properly discuss how to activate the regeneration Dan with her. Right now, Qin Xiang only needed to wait for Feng Yujie to come out before he could properly discuss how to activate the regeneration Dan with her. Seeing Qin Xiang's smiling face, the oldest Gu did not understand, because they thought that Feng Yujie had given up on the regeneration Dan S. This was because he could not earn the Shenyuan stone S ingredients, and the regeneration Dan S ingredients were all monopolized by the... Oh, right, brat. There's another rather important matter I need to tell you. It's the third hall. A young brat called John, she died. Oldest Gu chuckled. This guy is also said to be a young alchemist who can refine Zhongping Dan. Qin Xiang and Yuer both knew what was going on because John, she was the one who was killed by Qin Xiang. How did such a good seedling die? Chan Xiang asked in surprise. What's so strange about that? There's nothing strange about the divine medicine. Even if 10 or 8 Supreme G. Oh, DS die, it wouldn't be anything strange. The oldest Gu said, right now the hall masters of the 3 halls have already investigated. It's hard to say whether or not they know the cause of death. Chun Xiang nodded his head. He was sure that he did not leave any traces behind when he killed Zhan Shi, so that way he would not be found out. Before, he was still worried that Zhang Zhu's matter would be found out, but after such a long period of time, the Sword Hall seemed to have already given up on pursuing him. However, this Zhan Shi was somewhat different. A young alchemist like him had a very high status in the supreme divine palace. 3 Gu brothers only returned to his room to rest for a few hours before running out in the middle of the night. During this time, they had been very busy preparing for the upcoming large compet. 1 Tian. Chen Xiang only waited 2 days before Feng Yujie came out from the secret underground room to look at her smile. He knew that she had used the method Chen Xiang taught her to successfully refine the regeneration dan. I can only refine 6 pills now. I need to refine 7 pills after I become familiar with them. Feng Yujie said very happily. She said the regeneration dan over to Chen Xiang and then ran into the bathroom to shower, knowing that there were 2 great beauties bathing and playing inside. Chen Xiang couldn't help but think about it and wanted to join in the fun. There are still 7 to 8 days before the other powers' disciples will arrive outside the supreme divine palace one by one. That guy's regeneration dan will rise to 1,500,000. Although they're selling for that price right now, no one has bought it yet, said Chen Xiang as he combed his hair after he finished showering. As soon as she hear the news, she understand what have happened. The person who refined the regeneration dan was a short boy named Huayang. The other one was a tall and STU. Our DY boy called Chu Xiang. These 2 guys have a very good relations. H.I.+P with each other. Their alchemy skills are very good, Feng Yujie said. It seems like they plan to take advantage of this opportunity and earn a bit. They plan to sell the regeneration dan to the stronger disciples. Chan Xiang nodded his head. So when the time comes, the disciples of the various powers will need to reserve some healing pellets, and this regeneration dan will definitely be favored by many disciples. We need to hurry up and get some spirit orbs, Feng Yujie said. We have all successfully refined a batch of regeneration dan. Feng Yujie said, we all successfully refined a batch of spirit orbs. Feng Yujie said, we all successfully refined a batch of regeneration dan was very angry. She never wanted to get even with these brats, but now she felt like she was being bullied. Let's rest a bit before we go to the secret room to refine pills. Feng Yujie gave Chen Xiang a signal. They did not only want to refine pills, they also wanted to condense spirit pearls to duplicate medicinal ingredients. Feng Yujie said to Yuer, take a good look at her icy face. Don't let her run around randomly. During this period of time, Supreme Divine Palace will be rather complicated. Just let her stay in the courtyard. Shui Bingyan obediently said, Big sister, I will definitely not run around. You don't have to worry about me and just concoct pills with elder brother Shin. Seeing that Shui Bingyan was obedient, Feng Yujie smiled in relief and stroked her face, bringing out some delicious fruits for her to eat. Because of lack of time, Chen Xiang and Feng Yujie immediately went to the BS. E&T, little scoundrel, we only have 1 portion of regeneration dan's medicinal pellets left. If we want to copy one of those, then we won't have much spirit liquid that you and I can cultivate alone, right? And the maximum we can condense is 6 spirit pellets a day. Feng Yujie bit her lower lip, and her beautiful face blushed as she glanced at Chen Xiang bashfully. Chen Xiang felt that her reaction was a little strange and said, Not bad, at least a few days will be enough for us to make a few batches of regeneration dan's medicinal herbs. If every batch is a success, we will have dozens of regeneration dan's pellets. Hearing Chen Xiang's words, Feng Yujie's beautiful face became even redder. "Little scoundrel, do you think it will be better if you join us to cultivate our spiritual pearls at a deeper level?" Only now did Qin Xiang understand that Feng Yujie's reaction speed had also increased a lot. That's for sure. Now we can." Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Feng Yujie pounced over and gagged him with sandalwood. Then she heard Feng Yujie's gentle voice in her mind. "I'll give you everything." Qin Xiang did not answer Feng Yujie and did not need him to make any promises, because Qin Xiang had been extremely helpful to her during this period of time. In the BAS, EMENT, Qin Xiang and Feng Yujie were one body and mind, and the two of them had supreme D-bone. This combination would bring them a much better harvest. Qin Xiang carried the mission of saving the 9 divine kings, so he had been of great help to Jiu Hanru. In the future, because of the pressure of saving the enemies that the 9 divine kings would face, Qin Xiang would have an even bigger chance of winning against the reserved Feng Yujie. The two of them naturally woke up. It was late at night, and they didn't know how much time had passed. 10 purple pearls. Feng Yujie had seen the purple pearls that Qin Xiang and the others condensed when they were cultivating together, but they were all relatively large. Although she and Qin Xiang had condensed out 10 purple pearls, they were only the size of a grain of rice. Qin Xiang looked at the color of the purple pearls, then used his spirit eyes to look at the energy inside, and exclaimed in joy, "Although it is small, the effects are not weak at all." Feng Yujie asked in a low voice, "Little scoundrel, you and Qilian seem to be able to condense more than 10 pills at once, right?" Feng Yujie asked in a low voice, "Little scoundrel, you and Qilian seem to be able to condense more than 10 pills at once, right?" Qin Xiang smiled and nodded. If she was also of the D strength, and we cultivated together, she should have already cultivated the alive slain method, like she is now for many years. That's why she and I can condense a little more. Feng Yujie did not understand much about these spirit orbs. Even Qin Xiang did not know much about them, but only LV Qilian was familiar with this area, so she could roughly guess how many medicinal herbs the spirit orb could replicate. Amen. You and I both have the strength of DS, so before we could only kiss each other to condense spiritual beads that could be quickly replicated with divine medicines. But now, the spiritual beads that we condense will be even better. Qin Xiang took out a jade bowl, preparing to start copying the medicinal herb. Forging Regeneration Dan requires 4 kinds of blue spirit pearls before each one can be replicated. So to make a copy, I need to make 8 blue spirit pearls. I wonder how many purple pearls are needed? Feng Yujie was also looking forward to seeing that she had already cut out a portion of the Regeneration Dan's medicine and placed it into 2 bowls. Qin Xiang nodded to Feng Yujie, indicating that Feng Yujie could put the pearl inside. The purple spirit pearl was only the size of a rice grain. After both Feng Yujie and Qin Xiang had finished cultivating, it had congealed in Feng Yujie's mouth. When Feng Yujie looked at the spirit pearl that he and his beloved man had condensed for the first time, a sweet feeling arose in his heart. She put a purple spirit pearl into the bowl. When the purple spirit pearl touched the water in the bowl, it instantly melted and turned into a deep purple color. After absorbing the violet water, the divine fruit quickly grew to the other half. Soon, 2 divine fruits appeared in the bowl. The water hasn't cleared out yet, so you can continue copying it? Qin Xiang said in surprise. Feng Yujie picked up the 2 divine fruits and cut them apart before placing them into a bowl. In the end, there were only 4 of them. Just a purple bead could change a Zhongpi medicine. Qin Xiang and Feng Yujie were both very surprised because this already exceeded their expectations. That's great. Feng Yujie happily kissed Qin Xiang's cheek. Our 10 purple pearls can turn into 40. Qin Xiang laughed. Let's cultivate double for 2 more days, and we will be able to cultivate up to 20 more pills. Then we will start to refine pills in the remaining time. Feng Yujie nodded her head. Although her face was red, when she looked at Qin Xiang, it was filled with charm power. In the past, Qin Xiang could completely suppress the temptation of Feng Yujie. However, after experiencing the 9 heavens death once, Qin Xiang realized that he had no way of resisting her. This also made Feng Yujie happily laugh at how she failed to seduce Qin Xiang previously. In just 2 days, Feng Yujie had already condensed 20 purple pearls. She left 10 of them for the reserve 20 to duplicate regeneration Dan's medicinal ingredients. Sister Feng, are you still refining that divine jade pellet? Qin Xiang asked. That divine jade pellet was a divine pellet that Feng Yujie had refined using the original source refining for the first time, and its effects were not bad as well. Of course I won't sell it for now. I plan to take it out after the compet. One tie-in at Dan Hall. As long as she did not restrain the enticing power, Feng Yujie's clothes and her inherent charm would be added on top of the fact that she had already become Qin Xiang's woman. Feng Yujie saw that Qin Xiang could not hold it in anymore. She laughed and retracted the strange, seductive power that was on her body, then laughed. First refine the pill. I wonder if it can be completed in a few days. Qin Xiang secretly took a deep breath, hugged Feng Yujie, and kissed her cheeks. It's all right if we can't refine it. Even if the two of them were to refine pills together in the secret chamber, they wouldn't find it dull and full of motivation. Qin Xiang and Feng Yujie could use the original source refining to refine 4 batches of regeneration Dan-S per day. 2 people would refine 8 batches of regeneration Dan-S per day, and they had refined a total of 50 batches of pellets out of the pellet in 6 days. There were still 2 days until the disciples of other forces would head to Supreme Divine Palace. They were busy for a few days, so they needed to rest. Feng Yujie hugged Qin Xiang. Seeing that Qin Xiang was a little tired, she used her jade hands to caress his chest gently, undying from exhaustion. Qin Xiang faintly smiled, then lightly inhaled and relaxed his entire body. He began to rest. He needed to recover fully. The second day, Qin Xiang and Feng Yujie walked out of the secret room. When Shui Bingyan saw them, he hastily went over to greet them and said them 2 cups of ice-cold water. This is the iced tea that I refined. It's very delicious. The big senior brother and the hall master both said it's very good. Shui Bingyan said as he giggled. Qin Xiang and Feng Yujie took the iced tea from her. Just as they were about to drink it, they felt a very res H-I plus ing and cool sensation, allowing them to drink it in one gulp. Her icy face is getting more and more powerful, and she can even make such delicious iced tea, Feng Yujie praised. This made Shui Bingyan feel extremely happy, as if he was a child being praised by an adult. Qin Xiang laughed. Bingyan is too bored staying here these few days. Let's go, let's take you out for a walk. Shui Bingyan had long wanted to look outside. Hearing Qin Xiang's words, he immediately cheered and jumped out of the courtyard while holding Feng Yujie's hand. Yue flew into Qin Xiang's backpack and smiled sweetly. The taste of the 9 heavens Des is pretty good, right? Qin Xiang pressed his finger on her head. Don't speak carelessly about this matter. Yue stuck out her cute and pet tongue as she laughed. Of course I won't speak carelessly. However, obtaining the 9 heavens Des is one of the goals of those princes. After all, the 9 heavens Des possesses the inheritance of the 9 divine kings. Of course, other than that, there was the 9 heaven world. I don't know about the specifics. Qin Xiang did not know about this matter. He and Feng Yujie only dual cultivated a live slain method, but they did not cultivate. Other than that, he planned to give it a try. At this time, the inside of the Supreme Divine Palace was relatively deserted because everyone had gathered in a city outside of the Supreme Divine Palace. The city was called Heroes Gathering Divine City, and it was constructed quite grand, and it was very close to the Supreme Divine Palace, and it looked just like the Supreme Divine Palace. This city was established to welcome the other disciples of the Super God realm. In the future, this city would gather the commoners of some nearby villages. This would be quite beneficial for the disciples of the Supreme Divine Palace. At least, it would be more convenient to purchase divine medicines and other things in the future. Feng Yujie brought Shui Bingyan and walked in the front. Their clothes were all relatively simple, but their outstanding appearance caused quite a few men to look at them. There weren't many people in the city yet, but it could be seen that among the disciples of other forces were the disciples of the Purple Smoke Divine Mountain that Qinxiang was more familiar with. Chunxiang and Feng Yujie were walking on the road when they suddenly saw an old man in front of them who was waving to them. This old man was oldest Gu. He was standing in front of a 5-story tall building. Gulao Er and Gulao Sen were also there. Chunxiang and Feng Yujie were walking on the road when they suddenly saw an old man in front of them who was waving to them. This old man was oldest Gu. He was standing in front of a 5-story tall building. Gulao Er and Gulao Sen were also there. Chunxiang quickly walked over and saw that the first floor was empty. Most of the shops on the street were empty. Little Demon, this is our 10th hall's shop. Do you want to sell anything here? If we don't have anything to sell, we can transfer it to someone else and also get a share of the rent. The oldest Gu said. On the way here, Feng Yujie had said that he wanted to find a shop to sell his regeneration dan, and it was a headache for him. He hadn't thought that the 10th hall would be allocated such a good shop once this hero's gathering divine city was completed. Of course there is. We want to sell the divine pills, and when we get the Shen Yuan stone, we will give you some. Chen Xiang laughed. We were just worrying about the matters of the shop. The oldest Gu laughed. You youngsters sure are vigorous. It's almost time for the compet. 1. Tie in, and you can even get some divine pills for sale. We old bones can't anyway. Second brother Gu said. Being able to own such a shop is all thanks to the hall master. The hall master must have contributed greatly to the Supreme Divine Palace, which is why he obtained it. In all of Dan Hall, only our 10th hall can obtain it, and in the other halls, it seems like only 10 of us can obtain it. Qinxiang was puzzled and asked, This divine city is not small, and we also have a lot of shops. Why are there so few shrines that are distributed among our Supreme Divine Palaces? Only about 10 halls can be bought. The oldest Gu said, Of course, after Supreme Divine Palace constructs this divine city, he will have to spend a lot of effort to protect it in the future, especially those few large transmission arrays, which consume a large amount of Shen Yuan stone every day. That's why our Supreme Divine Palace will rent out these stores. Our Supreme Divine Palace will have a certain share of it. So for the other halls, those who want to rent out shops to do business, they will have to depend on relations. HI plus PS to get it. Feng Yujie asked. So you mean that the people from the other powers can also open shops here? Oldest Gu nodded his head. The reason we built this divine city is to gather the elite disciples of all the powers in the Super God realm. It is beneficial for the development of all the major powers, and the conditions are better in all aspects of the Supreme Divine Palace. So we choose to build here. Qinxiang looked at the extremely wide street and asked, To build such a wide street, is it to make it convenient for the big men of the Beast Divine Palace? The big figures of the Beast Divine Palace have many good things, and they do not know how to use them. When they were building the divine city, Hall Master had already instructed that the big figures of the Beast Divine Palace must consider everything carefully. Feng Yujie walked into the shop and exclaimed, There are a total of 10 stores, and each of them is so big with 5 floors above. If we were to rent this shop, we would probably receive quite a lot of Shen Yuan stone every month. Of course, at least 1 million or so Shen Yuan stone-s. If they were to develop in the future, thousands and thousands of Shen Yuan stone-s a month would still be okay. Oldest Gu said, You guys can take it since you lack a shop. In any case, we brothers don't lack any Shen Yuan stone. So when you guys are tired, you guys can let us know and we'll transfer the shop out. Tomorrow, the transmission array will be completely stable, and at that time, the disciples of the other forces will also come here. Earlier on, in order to attract people from other forces to come here, the transmission array was free. Old Goose said, right now, the transmission array was not completed yet, but there were already a lot of people, and they all came from different places. Although there were some disciples in the Supreme Divine Palace, they were not as many as in other places. Chun Xiang asked, will the large compet 1 tie-in also be held here? Oldest Goose said, it will be held here. The venue will be in the middle, and it will be a large plaza. When the time comes, it will be a public compet 1 tie-in. Chun Xiang and Feng Yujie were not worried about all this. They had experienced many big things, and what they were more concerned about was how to quickly sell the regeneration dan in their hands. Inside the shop, there was only one table. Feng Yujie called the 3 Gu brothers in and told them to shut the door. Chun Xiang saw a sly glint flash across Feng Yujie's eyes and knew what she was planning. My 3 senior brothers, I know you've been very busy. This shop is so big now, just Chun Xiang and I alone will find it difficult to manage it all at once, and we will need to open it tomorrow, so... Hearing Feng Yujie say that, 3 Gu brothers immediately understood. Oldest Gu laughed. If you need our help, just say it directly. You are our junior sister. Shui Bingyan, who was at the side, laughed. And me, I am also your junior sister. Right. You two are our little junior sisters now. Oldest Gu laughed. Isn't it just opening tomorrow? Today, we will help you arrange everything here. This small matter is not difficult for us. Feng Yujie took out a jade tablet and chuckled. Then this little sister will first thank the 3 senior brothers. This is the Regeneration Dan's pill formula. I will gift it to you guys. 3 Gu brothers obviously knew the value of Regeneration Dan. This was a pretty good Zhongping Dan. Seeing that Feng Yujie wanted to give this to them, they all refused. That won't do. We don't have anything good to return the gesture. We can't take it. If the hall master finds out, he'll teach us too. Oldest Gu hurriedly shook his head. Second brother Gu said, Junior sister, please don't be so formal. Aren't we just helping you out with a small favor? Was there a need to be so polite? Hurry and take it back. Chun Xiang laughed. I won't hide it from the 3 senior brothers. This Regeneration Dan is no longer of much value in our eyes. So I can gift it to you, and we do not just ask you to help us arrange this place well. There are other hard work for you all. Feng Yujie nodded his head and said with a smile, Chun Xiang and I have been busy refining Regeneration Dan, and now there are more than 300 of them. Those 2 guys who came together are our biggest compet. 1 tours. They must have been preparing for this for a long time. Not long ago, they even made a loss selling their Regeneration Dan-S to increase their fame. So I want to have the 3 senior brothers help us advertise our Regeneration Dan-S. When the time comes, I want to let everyone know that the Regeneration Dan-S we're selling here are cheaper than those 2 guys and better than theirs. 3 Gu brothers was frightened quite badly. They had collected more than 300 Regeneration Dan, and just thinking about it made them frightened. Because of the information they had gathered, even the 2 of them here only had 60 to 70 Regeneration Dan. Chun Xiang and Feng Yujie still had a lot of Regeneration Dan-S medicinal ingredients in their hands. However, due to time constraints, they did not manage to refine them in time. Chun Xiang and Feng Yujie still had a lot of Regeneration Dan-S medicinal ingredients in their hands. However, due to time constraints, they did not manage to refine them in time. Right now, they were certain that the currency used by the Super G, D-Realm and those divine nations were the Shen Yuan Stone, and their target in the future was the 9 great divine nations. Therefore, they had to take advantage of this situation to store a few more Shen Yuan Stone. Not to mention that they needed to gather a large amount of divine medicine. The oldest goose said, This is a big matter. If we do not inform the hall master about this matter and prevent him from partic 1 he will definitely scold us. I will call him over right now. Just as oldest Gu finished speaking, Gulao Air smiled and said, I had already used a sound transmission jade to notify him. This is a huge matter in our 10th hall. Of course Hall Master would not be missing. Old Gu smiled. The members of the 10th hall are all here. We're only missing one Hall Master. It's about time to gather. After all, our 10th hall has 3 new young men. Oldest Gu patted Chen Xiang's shoulders and laughed. It's all thanks to this kid. Shui Bingyan said guiltily, My fellow senior brothers and sisters, I do not know how to refine pills. I only know how to make iced tea. Shui Bingyan brought out the iced tea that she had just made, one for each person. She still had a large pot in her hands. It's fine, we'll be fine. Our 10th hall hasn't had youngsters like you for so many years. How good is it now? He was the eldest senior brother, and was very concerned with Chen Xiang and the others. He was just like a younger brother and sister to him. Luo Tianjun came and saw that 3 Gu brothers and the others were chatting and laughing, drinking the delicious iced tea, and scolded him the moment he entered the door. You bunch of brats, you've been gathering for so long. Only now did you notify me? The moment Luo Tianjun walked in, Shui Bingyan immediately gave him a cup of iced tea. Was extremely fond of this foolish girl, Shui Bingyan. Feng Yujie immediately chattered on about his plan to Luo Tianjun. After Luo Tianjun finished listening, he sighed with emotion. You youngsters are even more powerful than us old bones. A while ago, this brat helped old Zhu complete a very dangerous mission. And now you, as a little girl, have tossed out a few hundred regeneration danas. Qinxiang laughed. All of these were forced out. Sister Feng was previously provoked by those 2 little imps, so she decided to retaliate. Luo Tianjun stroked his mustache and nodded. That's right, the 2 fellows from before were selling their regeneration danas at a low price. Now I want to take them back, but I can't let them succeed in the first place. Hee. Now is a good opportunity, so you guys can arrange everything properly here and leave the matter of the promotions to me. It's really been many years since I traveled and have also ACCU. Mulat a lot of connections. I can guarantee that you guys will have a good start tomorrow. Although Chen Xiang and Feng Yujie were happy when they heard it, they also felt a lot of pressure. If business were to be good, they would need to provide enough regeneration dan. Hall Master, we will sell only 100 pills on the first day. After that, we will provide 50 pills a day until there is no more. Feng Yujie said, If there are too many people, we can sell them all in one day. Luo Tianjun said, Sure, as long as you don't let the regeneration dan of those 2 sell. Feng Yujie took out a few regeneration danas and handed them over to Luo Tianjun and 3 Gu brothers, saying, Take a look at the quality of these regeneration dan and compare them with the quality of the ones in one room. Very good, the quality is good and it looks fresh. It was just made not long ago, right? The 2 regeneration dan in the hall have been stored for a long time, and their quality has dropped a lot. They are definitely not as good as you 2. Even if they aren't concocting pills, you can tell at a glance. The oldest Gu praised. In this place, only Luo Tianjun knew about Chen Xiang and Feng Yujie's background, so he was not surprised at all with these regeneration dan. Chen Xiang took a jade tablet from Feng Yujie and said, Hall Master, senior brothers, this is the regeneration dan's pill formula. Sister Feng has already passed. Set it down to me. Now that you have helped us, I will give it to you. Luo Tianjun originally did not want it, but since Chen Xiang and Feng Yujie had forcefully given it to him, he could only accept it and give it to 3 Gu brothers as well. Brat, if you need help, you can also go to Old Iron Sea. Oh, CK. This guy probably doesn't have anything to do right now, so he'll definitely help you guys enthusiastically. Luo Tianjun said. Who is the Old Iron Sea? Oh, CK. Feng Yujie thought about it. She and Qinxiang did not know each other. He's that old man from the Supreme Hall. We all call him Old Iron Sea. Oh, CK. But you can't call him that in front of everyone. It's very rude. Luo Tianjun laughed out loud. He should be hosting the construction of the transmission array at the plaza right now. You can take a walk. As for the arrangement here, leave it to the three of them. You can go and play as much as you want. The old man from the Supreme Hall was extremely powerful, but his nickname was actually the Old Iron Sea, OCK, which made it difficult for Qin Xiang and Qin Xiang to understand him. When Luo Tianjun left the shop, three Gu brothers also split up and moved. Qin Xiang and Feng Yujie brought Shui Bingyan and walked towards the large plaza in the middle. Yu Er stuck her head out from her backpack and said excitedly, "The transmission array is completed. It will be more convenient for me to return to the Supreme Divine Palace in the future. At that time, I can introduce some of my friends to me." After Shui Bingyan heard this, he asked, "Yuer, is your friend a little kitten?" Yuer shook her head. "No, they're birds, little eagles, little tigers, and little snakes. When the time comes, I'll see if I can contact them." Qin Xiang also thought that Yuer's friends were all cats. He didn't expect that her relations, HI plus P with them, was so broad. When they reached the plaza, they quickly found the Old Iron Sea. OCK. He was pointing at a few elderly men as he adjusted the transmission array. What made Qin Xiang startled was that he saw Xia Ao holding onto a black sword. Xia Ao stood at the side of the plaza coldly, as if he was waiting for something. "Sister Feng, bring Bingyan to talk with Senior Old Iron Sea. OCK. I'll go take a look at what's going on with Xia Ao." Qin Xiang sent a sound transmission to Feng Yujie before walking to the other side of the large plaza where Xia Ao stood. Xia Ao had already seen Qin Xiang, so he nodded towards him. Qin Xiang had saved him before and was even Chi's HI plus S friend. "Senior Xia, what are you doing here?" Qin Xiang asked in a low voice. "Wait for the bandits in purple smoke, Divine Mountain. Once they appear, I will let them stain this place in blood. I just had a breakthrough. I can use them to train." Xia Ao spoke very casually, as if he was just chatting normally. In his eyes, killing the purple smoke Divine Mountain G. Oh, DS was like lifting his hand. Qin Xiang's eyebrows twitched. Once Xia Ao broke through, his killing intent was this strong. He laughed. "Senior, this is not good. Tomorrow is a good day for all the major powers to gather here. You are here to kill someone." Xia Ao said indifferently, "Don't be afraid who asked them to steal me. The disciples of our Supreme Divine Palace were robbed. It is only natural to kill them back. Don't worry, tomorrow there will be a person with full prestige supporting me in the Supreme Divine Palace. I have already investigated. Those bandits' reputations are terrible. Tomorrow I will expose them for sure." Qin Xiang also wished for those bandits to die. These bandits were plotting against him, and they also did a lot of heartless things in the divine medicinal treasure land. They deserved to die if he had Supreme Divine Palace's support. Qin Xiang would be happy to see it. Xia Ao had already hinted at Qin Xiang that he had a very strong backer in the Supreme Divine Palace. Regarding this matter, Zhan she did not know, but he had thought that Xia Ao was just a small fry in the boxing hall. Xia Ao had already hinted at Qin Xiang that he had a very strong backer in the Supreme Divine Palace. Regarding this matter, Zhan she did not know, but he had thought that Xia Ao was just a small fry in the boxing hall. Qin Xiang understood that the boxing hall belonged to one of the divine nations' factions, and the elders in charge of the boxing hall and the sword hall were all working hard for the divine nations. Xia Ao was now with the boxing hall. So could his backer be an elder of the boxing hall? And how did he build a good relations? HI plus P with that elder? Qin Xiang was very curious, but he did not ask. "They may not come until tomorrow," Qin Xiang said. "Tomorrow our 10th hall shop will open. If I have time tomorrow, I will come and take a look." He already knew about his real appearance, because he had killed Zhan Shi and one of the Purple Smoke Divine Mountain's disciples. He did not want to meet with the Purple Smoke Divine Mountain's disciple again. He was worried that something might leak out. Of course, he was very happy that these bandits had gotten rid of him, because they had planned to capture him and force him to hand over the G. demurdering sword techniques and the heavenly alchemy. and the one who ordered them to do so was an elder of the purple smoke divine mountain. Xiao said, "Furthermore, I have heard news that they will be here tonight. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be like this." Xiao had just seen Qin Xiang and Feng Yujie come together. He had met Feng Yujie before, but that was a long time ago. Feng Yujie was currently chatting and laughing with the old Iron Sea. CK, causing him to be secretly surprised. Xiao had been in the Supreme Divine Palace for a very long time, so he knew the character of the old Iron Sea. CK. He was a petty and black-hearted person, and he very rarely talked or laughed with disciples, unless it was to trade with him. Qin Xiang said, "Then I will come back later. I still have some matters to attend to. I will be leaving first. Goodbye." Xiao nodded towards Qin Xiang, and then watched Qin Xiang walk towards the old Iron Sea. CK. Elder, when will this transmission array be completed? Qin Xiang wanted to confirm if what Xiao said was true. The purple smoke, divine mountains D of heaven would come tonight. We can build it before nightfall. Where do you want to go? The old Iron Sea. CK laughed. Qin Xiang had given him a Dao Heartstone. There was no need to talk about him giving it to Qin Xiang and Feng Yujie. Feng Yujie laughed. "The elder already knows that we are opening a shop. He said that he will help us spread the news, and he will even send people to help us decorate the shop." Qin Xiang immediately replied gratefully, "Thank you, elder, for your help. There's no need to stand on ceremony." When old Iron Sea, CK, received the Dao Heartstone that Qin Xiang gifted to him, he did not speak carelessly about it, as it would bring Qin Xiang trouble. Just as old Iron Sea, CK, finished speaking, a gust of cool wind suddenly blew over. Qin Xiang was immediately startled. He was extremely familiar with this gust of wind. It was that Xiao Chang'e. Xiao Chang'e was the hall master of the Six Realms Divine Palace. So both Feng Yujie and Luo Tianju knew this Xiao Chang'e. The last time Xiao Chang'e had said that he would come to the Supreme Divine Palace, he hadn't even finished constructing the transmission array before he had arrived. "It's this guy. I never thought that he would actually come. I even thought that hall master was joking. Old Iron Sea." CK looked in a direction as he muttered to himself. It seems like he knew of this Xiao Chang'e as well. Feng Yujie sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang. "Has Xiao Chang'e come?" Although many years have passed, said, "This aura is extremely familiar." Xiao Chang'e was a disciple that was specially groomed by the 9 divine kings. So Xiao Chang'e recognized him. "It's this guy. He is the hall master of the 6 Realms Divine Palace. But he always appears and disappears, without a trace of an expert's demeanor." Qin Xiang complained. "Last time, this guy scared me like a ghost." Feng Yujie and Qin Xiang returned to the shop. Shui Bingyan held Feng Yujie's arm and looked in one direction. In that direction, there was also the direction old Iron Sea. CK had just been looking. "Bingyan, what are you looking at?" Feng Yujie had already guessed that Shui Bingyan was there, but she still wanted to confirm. "There's a very strong guy over there, but he doesn't have any ill intentions towards us, so we don't need to be afraid of him." Shui Bingyan blinked his eyes and then did not take this matter to heart anymore. Feng Yujie laughed tenderly. "Qin Xiang, if this Xiao Chang'e knows that I have already become your woman, he might be jealous, so you better be prepared." Qin Xiang was a little shocked. "This guy has pursued you before?" Feng Yujie stuck out her tongue, pouted her lips, and said, "Look at your reaction. It's as though I don't have anyone chasing after you. You must know that I am the Des of the 9 heavens, and there are many men who wish to obtain me." Qin Xiang laughed. "So what, in the end, you're still not mine? Let them go to Hell." Feng Yujie curled his lips. "Many of those fellows are very strong. It's not easy for you to get them to go to Hell. For example, this Xiao Chang'e is now the hall master of the 6 Realms Divine Palace." Shui Bingyan asked, "Elder Brother Shen, the Xiao Chang'e you are talking about, is he him?" As she said that, she opened her jade palm, and a pool of water appeared in her palm. The lump of water quickly turned into a small person, with long hair fluttering in the wind, elegant demeanor, and a flute in hand. It was the extremely handsome Xiao Chang'e. "It's this guy." Chun Xiang laughed. "Bing Yan, you're really amazing. You've already seen him?" "Yes, there is water vapor that people can't see at all times. Through this water vapor, I can see everything around me." Shui Bingyan nodded. She was a Tao spirit and had naturally mastered the laws of ice and water. "Elder brother Shin, are you going to deal with this guy? If he bullies you, I'll help you beat him up." Shui Bingyan replied, "I can beat him." That was why Shui Bingyan said this when she heard Chun Xiang and Feng Yujia's conversation. It was because she heard from Chun Xiang that Chun Xiang had a powerful enemy. This allowed Chun Xiang and Feng Yujia to have a new understanding of Shui Bingyan's strength. "About this, we don't need it for now. He is not my enemy." Chun Xiang caressed her jade face and laughed. "Bingyan, you have great strength. Do not recklessly kill innocent people. I think you should be able to tell that those are bad guys and good people." Shui Bingyan immediately said, "I can tell. Elder brother Shin is a good person." Chun Xiang nodded with satisfaction and laughed. "Not bad." Feng Yujia shook his head. Chun Xiang was a good person, but sometimes he was like a demon. As they were on their way back to the shop, they met Luo Tianjun, who seemed to be looking for them. "It's great that we met you. Then Xiao Chang'e is here. Let's go see him." "I haven't seen him for a while." Luo Tianjun laughed. Feng Yujia suddenly held on to Chun Xiang's hand tightly. It was obvious that she was nervous. Feng Yujia suddenly held onto Chun Xiang's hand tightly. It was obvious that she was nervous. Chun Xiang asked through sound transmission, "What are you worried about?" Feng Yujia shook her head. She did not reply, but merely followed behind Luo Tianjun thoughtfully. Chun Xiang guessed that she was worried about meeting Xiao Chang'e, since she was the one who had been pursued by Xiao Chang'e before. "There's nothing to be afraid of." Chun Xiang laughed and sent a sound transmission to Feng Yujia. "Sister Feng, he should have had the same strength as you back then. Is he much stronger than you now?" Feng Yujia replied, "Of course not. He was already much stronger than me back then. Back then, I was still very young, and I was created by the 9 divine kings for only over 20 years. Chun Xiang laughed. "At that time he was just like a God, and now he has yet to break through to the supreme God realm. Isn't that a little weak?" Feng Yujia shook his head. "It's not easy for him to break through to super God realm. For him to be able to reach his current level, it's already considered very impressive. Of course, you are an exception." Luo Tianjun seemed to be in a hurry to see Xiao Chang'e, so he increased his pace along the way. Xiao Chang'e had just appeared in the plaza earlier, but the direction that Luo Tianjun was heading towards was the forest outside of Supreme Divine Palace. Chun Xiang remembered that it was a forbidden area, and there was even a very powerful barrier enveloping it, making it difficult to enter even if he wanted to. When Luo Tianjun arrived at the forest, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Chun Xiang and Feng Yujia also stopped because they knew that there was a barrier in front of them. On the other hand, Shui Bingyan was skipping and chasing after a beautiful bee, turfly, and when she arrived outside the barrier, she saw beautiful flowers inside. So she flew over by herself. Chun Xiang and Feng Yujia were about to call for her to stop, but she had unexpectedly said through the barrier and arrived beside the red flower. Seeing that, Luo Tianjun turned pale and stood there in a daze. "Brat, just what is the background of this girl Bingyan?" It was only now that Luo Tianjun realized that he had been mistaken for so many days. Shui Bingyan had casually said through this barrier without being discovered, and this kind of strength was extremely terrifying. He could not imagine how such a naive and innocent woman could actually possess this kind of terrifying strength. "Well, didn't I help Elder Zhu find the Tao Heart Stone a while ago? I took her out of there," Chun Xiang said in a low voice. Luo Tianjun took out an array disc, and only then could he open a hole for them to go in. Feng Yujie anxiously pulled Shui Bingyan, worried that she would barge through some more array formation, and if she encountered some more killing array formations, it might cause some unnecessary trouble. Pavilion Master, where is this place? Then why did Xiao Chang'e come here? Chun Xiang looked around. All he could see were ancient evergreen trees, birds chirping, and the fragrance of flowers. It was a little different from the Supreme Divine Palace and that hero's gathering divine city. This is the residence of the Hall Master of our Supreme Divine Palace, and is also the place where our elders normally meet the Hall Master to discuss things. There are many precious things stored here. That's why there's such a powerful barrier. But just now, this girl, Bing Yan. Luo Tianjun said in a low voice, I will help all of you hide things related to the ice face. In the future, I need to be more careful. Following Luo Tianjun, Chun Xiang and the others arrived at a manor. In the courtyard, 2 young people and an old man sat on a stone table. One of the young men was Xiao Chang'e, who was dressed very carefully. He had long hair and was dressed very neatly. The other young man wore a plain black robe, had short hair, and a body that also looked relatively small. However, he gave off a sharp and powerful feeling. His eyes were like a hawk's, and the moment he looked over, he made Chun Xiang, Feng Yujie, and the others tremble. This short-haired man should be the Supreme Divine Palace's Palace Master. It's actually him. Feng Yujie sent a sound transmission to Chun Xiang. I also know this person, and he's a young man that 9 divine kings had guided in the past. It seems like I was able to easily enter the Supreme Divine Palace with his assistance in the dark. His name is Mu Qin, and he has mastered the laws of lightning. Old Luo, you're really a great person from the 10th Hall. Mu Qin laughed, his voice resonating loudly. When Feng Yujie and Chun Xiang walked closer, Xiao Chang'e suddenly frowned, and then he said in shock, You are... Little Jie? Mu Qin laughed. It's that little girl. She has been in Supreme Divine Palace for a while. Seeing Feng Yujie holding on to Chun Xiang's hand, Xiao Chang'e seemed to have understood something, but his reaction was not as worried as Feng Yujie's. He only smiled faintly. I had thought that I would never see you again. Feng Yujie sighed. I'm also surprised to be able to see you all again. Back then, 9 divine kings did not see the wrong person. You have done a lot of good things now. Mu Qin laughed out loud. That's of course. Back in the days, 9 divine kings gave us so much effort to cultivate us. How could we fail to live up to his expectations? At this time, Yi Bidong also came. He was quite familiar with Xiao Chang'e and Mu Qin. What we're going to say next is more important. This cat and this girl. Zhu Xiangyuan looked at Yuer, and Yuer looked at him as well. It's you. Zhu Xiangyuan was shocked. Her powerful body trembled. Why are you so excited? Didn't you see this cat last time? Luo Tianjun immediately felt it was strange. Zhu Xiangyuan looked very excited at the moment, and this made both Xiao Chang'e and Mu Qin very interested. To be able to make Mu Qin this excited, it was obvious that there was some kind of story. Yuer also thought it was strange. She mewed twice, but she did not recognize Zhu Xiangyuan. Star and Crescent Beast. I'm not mistaken. Zhu Xiangyuan said, Meow. Yuer cried out, and even stuck out her tongue. The Star and Crescent Beast is not bad. What's so strange about it? He doesn't seem to know you. Luo Tianjun said. Xiao Chang'e, Mu Qin, and Yi Bidong had long since figured out that Yuer was a Star and Crescent Beast. Last time I went to your 10th Hall, that kitten was carried by this girl. So I didn't see its wings, but I saw it just now. Zhu Xiangyuan said. It's a white cat with wings. I definitely won't recognize it wrongly. The last time I went to look for the Dao Heart Stone, it was this kitten that saved me. Meow. Yuer also thought it was strange. How could she have saved Zhu Xiangyuan? You must have remembered wrongly. In my memory, I didn't save you. Their voices are the same. Why is that impossible? Zhu Xiangyuan was even more certain that Yue had saved him. Qin Xiang carried Yue out from the backpack and asked, "Inside your Star Moon divine race, is there any cat with the same exact appearance and voice as yours?" Yue shook her head, broke free from Qin Xiang's embrace, and flew to Shui Bingyan. "No, I'm a pure white cat. Although there are some white cats in the Star Moon divine race, they're not really big, but their wings have different colors or their eye. A, L, L, S are different from mine. Of course, most of them could take human form. Furthermore, it's not like you don't know my strength. Other than escaping, it's not impossible for me." This caused Qin Xiang to recall Huang Jintian's situation. Huang Jintian had lived for many years, but he had forgotten what happened many years ago. This caused Qin Xiang to recall Huang Jintian's situation. Huang Jintian had lived for many years, but he had forgotten what happened many years ago. "I am absolutely sure. The cat that saved me back then was you," Zhu Xiangyuan said with certainty. "Could you have lost that memory?" Yue was also very suspicious. She firmly believed that she had not lost any of her memories before she asked Zhu Xiangyuan about the time she saved him. After Zhu Xiangyuan told her the exact time, Yue shook her head and said, "I was indeed born a long time ago the time you mentioned, but I have all the memories I had before this, so it is impossible that it isn't just this period of time. Tell me, how did I save you?" Zhu Xiangyuan pondered for a while, then said, "At that time I was just about to be entangled by a bark-covered guy with tree vines. At that time I would already be severely injured. But at that moment you suddenly appeared and released a white light from your body, making the vines that the bark man released retract. Then you brought me with you in a fast spatial teleportation, taking me far away from that dangerous place. Although I was heavily injured at that time, I was very clear-headed. I definitely remember it." Yue ran back into Qin Xiang's backpack, but she did not say anything. It was obvious that she was confused by Zhu Xiangyuan suddenly telling her all these things, as she needed to calm down and think about it carefully. "Let's get down to business. Give Yue some time. She still doesn't understand what's going on." Feng Yujie said. He was extremely grateful towards Yue. After all, his life had been saved by Yue. As the hall master of the Supreme Divine Palace, Mu Qin suddenly realized that he was not very clear about the disciples that he had just joined. He and Xiao Changel seemed to have discovered that Shui Bingyan was a little strange, but they could not really ask him any questions. "Elder Zhu, what important matter did you just say?" He and Feng Yujie were brought here by Luo Tianjun, so they definitely did not come to see Xiao Changel. Mu Qin said, "Tell me about our current situation. Bai Dong went to visit the divine nations. You should already know about it by now." Qin Xiang and Feng Yujie nodded their heads. Mu Qin continued to speak. "There are a lot of things that needs to be resolved on divine nations' side. But because of the great changes that have occurred in Nine Heaven World, they have no choice but to draw out some of their power to deal with them. Soon, Nine Heaven World will swallow this Super G. Oh, D Realm. Once the Super G. Oh, D Realm is annexed, even if the 9 great divine nations join forces, they would still be unable to shake it, and they could only use BL. Oh, D. Y methods to take over the Nine Heaven World." Mu Chen's face was filled with reverence when he talked about the Nine Heaven World, because the Nine Heaven World was a creation of the 9 divine kings. Xiao Changel looked at Feng Yujie and said indifferently, "Xiao Jie, you're the 9 Heavens Geo Des. You should know what to do when the time comes, right?" Feng Yujie slightly lowered her head, as if she was recalling something. She was also very surprised at this moment, because she never thought that such a thing would happen. The speed at which the 9 Heaven World grew was so fast that it was hard for her to believe. Qin Xiang said, "So that means that DS Realm has already been swallowed." Mu Qin nodded. "It has already been swallowed." The speed at which the nine-heaven world grows can be described as crazy. The DS realm was no longer here. He had already become a nine-heaven world, and the nine-heaven world was still growing stronger and stronger. Once he absorbed the super D realm, he would be able to go and find LV Chilean and the others any time in the future. Back then, he had a good foundation in both the nine-heaven world and DS realm. If he was not suppressed by the 9DS nation after a period of development, he would definitely become a strong power. What he was worried about right now was that the 9 divine nations in order to control the nine-heaven world, would slaughter all of the disobedient forces in the nine-heaven world. At present, in Super D realm, Beast Divine Palace, 6 realms Divine Palace, and Supreme Divine Palace are the 3 strongest forces. Of course, the 9DS nation is many times stronger than us. It's just that they don't want to come out on the surface. Their current plan is to control the Supreme Divine Palace and the other 6 realms Divine Palace, to use that to rope in the big and small forces of the nine-heaven world. Mu Chen continued to speak. If 9DS nation really wants to do this, there's nothing we can do about it. After all, 9DS nation is very strong. Feng Yujie sighed. In that case, the 9DS nation wants the 6 realms Divine Palace and the 6 realms Divine Palace to control the nine-heaven world, so that the 9DS nation, do not have to appear and can directly control the nine-heaven world, so that they can peacefully continue doing their work. Xiao Chang'e laughed helplessly. That's right, and at that time in the large compet, Tian, someone from the 9DS nation will come. But I heard that when the time comes, they might even drag down the Beast Divine Palace. Yuera, who was hiding in the rucksack, stuck her head out and said, Impossible. Beast Divine Palace is different from you too, because the ones leading the Beast Divine Palace are the 4 great divine beasts. It's not like you don't know that the 4 divine beasts clan was very supportive of the 9 divine kings. It was he who saved them. Moreover, the 4 divine beasts clan hates the 9DS nation very much. They would never listen to his orders. Mu Qin shook his head and said, If it was in the past, that would be the case. You are a star and crescent beast. You should be a member of the star-moon divine race. Your D race is very strong, but looking at the current situation, Beast Divine Palace's strongest power should be the divine lion race. At that time, the other 3 beast clans would definitely choose to endure or even compromise in order to avoid conflict with the divine lion race. If the old beast king was here in the past, the 4 beast clans definitely wouldn't be like this. Your 4 great beast clans are all lacking a powerful emperor, so right now, you are just a piece of loose sand, and you are even afraid that something bad might happen. Yuera did not say anything more, because she knew a little about this, especially the divine lion race. Your Beast Divine Palace can still guarantee good order right now, but that is because the 4 beast clans that are in charge of your Beast Divine Palace do not wish to cause chaos. However, if they were to face the 9DS nation's threat, it is very likely that they would compromise. After all, the leaders of the 4 divine beasts clan only want peace and stability. Xiao Chang'e said, So it turns out that none of the 4 great beasts had any beast emperors. This made Chen Xiang feel extremely worried. No, our Beast Divine Palace still has the All-Beast Divine Lord. If something really happens, the All-Beast Divine Lord will wake up, and under the All-Beast Divine Lord's leaders, I plus P at most, they will have to fight another battle with the 9DS nation. The 9DS nation must have something very important on their minds right now. Let's see if they dare to start a war with the All-Beast Divine Lord. Yu Er's eyes were filled with determination. It seemed like All-Beast Divine Lord could revive at any time. Xiao Chang'e and Mu Qin both sighed slightly. They admired Yuer's resolute heart, but they still sighed. Divine Lion Race has already taken over Beast Divine Palace, and Divine Lion Race has already secretly made a deal with 9G, DS Nation. It can be said that Beast Divine Palace is more or less under 9G, DS Nation's control. As long as the other 3 clans do not resist at that time, the Beast Divine Palace will definitely take action against the 9 Heaven World. Mu Qin sighed. In the face of such a situation, Chen Xiang felt a lot of pressure, because in this situation it would be best for the 9 Divine Kings to come out. And the 9 Divine Kings needed his help to get out of the 9-fold SBC. He needed to find another 4 symbols divine weapons. In the face of such a situation, Chen Xiang felt a lot of pressure, because in this situation it would be best for the 9 Divine Kings to come out. And the 9 Divine Kings needed his help to get out of the 9-fold SBC. He needed to find another 4 symbols divine weapons. At that time, the 9 Heaven World will be affected by the power of the 9G, DS Nation. Furthermore, right now the 9 Heaven World has already merged with the DS realm. There are already many shrines in the DS realm that are loyal to the 9G, DS Nation. That's why the 9G, DS Nation can smoothly take over the position of 9 Heaven World. Perhaps the 3 of us don't even need to do anything. Luo Tianjun said. Ibidong shook his head. It's hard to say. What if the 9 Heaven World's original power is also extremely terrifying and can go toe-to-toe with the DS realm's divine palace? Zhu Xiangyuan asked. You have never tried to understand these things? When did 9 Heaven World take over the DS realm? It started 3 days ago. At present, we don't even know much about the powers above 9 Heaven World. After all, there is still C between them, so it's not good for us to get to know each other. Mu Qin said, the ones who understand 9 Heaven World the best should be the 2 of them. Mu Qin looked towards Chun Xiang and Feng Yujie. Chun Xiang spread out his hands and said, I have left the 9 Heaven World for a long time. When I left the 9 Heaven World, its power was rather weak, but with how fast the 9 Heaven World has grown, the cultivators above must have also improved by leaps and bounds. So I'm not sure about the specifics. At that time, Huang Jintan said that he had calculated out a great matter which was related to him. This great matter was related to the future operations of the world, and his comrades were also related to Qin Xiang. Huang Jintian's heaven extended method had always been calculated correctly, and at that time Huang Jintian said that something big had happened during the large compet. 1 Tian. Right now, there was still a lot of time until the large compet. 1 Tian, and there was still about a month or so left. In other words, there was still one more important matter that was about to happen when the various great powers of Super D realm were holding the large compet. 1 Tian. I came to find you guys to say this because I want to let you guys prepare yourselves, because I don't know when 9 Heaven World will swallow this place up. If it is swallowed, then you will be in danger. Mu Qin said. Feng Yujie and Chen Xiang nodded. They had received the news in advance and were prepared for it. Although they were weak, they would not sit still and wait for death. Bingyan, we're going back. Feng Yujie walked to Shui Bingyan's side and lightly patted her shoulder. Shui Bingyan had just been watching the flowers and chasing after the bee, turflies, and birds. Even though she had heard the conversation, she did not care. Feng Yujie held onto Shui Bingyan's delicate hand, worried that she would be discovered by Mu Qin and Xiao Changel when she broke through the barrier. It was only noon when they returned to the Supreme Divine Palace. They had originally planned to take a walk in the Heroes Gathering Divine City, but after knowing about the matters there, they were no longer in the mood. Don't worry about Qilian and the others. If 9 Heaven World and DS Realm are fused together, Little Jiu will definitely bring them to my previous dragon vein. That place is the safest place. Little Jiu will know how to enter. Feng Yujie said. The dragon vein that Feng Yujie was talking about was inside that divine tomb, which was also the birthplace of Qin Xiang. His father and the rest of his clansmen were all there to guard the tomb. I wonder what will happen then. My master told me that during the start of the large compet, Tian, something big will happen. Qin Xiang told Feng Yujie about Huang Jintian's situation. Your master is incredible indeed to have such a background. If he can get through the great tribulation, not only can he recover his memories, he might even be able to recover his strength back then. I just don't know when he will begin to experience the great tribulation. Feng Yujie said, and Chi-S-H-I+, I wonder how he is doing now. When she mentioned Chi-S-H-I+, Yuer suddenly became agitated. And this guy, I almost forgot. He was one of the Prince Divine Lions back then, and had died in that great battle. If he had not died at that time, he would have been the Lion King of the Divine Lion race, and might have become the new Lion King. Now that he is in the Lion Emperor's tomb, if he is able to obtain the inheritance of the Lion Emperor, it is very likely that he is the new Emperor of the Divine Lion race. Feng Yujie said, it's best if everything goes smoothly, but we have to prepare for the worst. If something really happens and the 9G, DS Nation really wants to take action against us, we'll escape. The 9G, DS Nation has spoken the truth. There's nowhere for us to run to. Yuer sighed. No, we can escape to the 9 Heaven Devil Palace. There will be the 9-fold SPAC. As long as we hide there, we will be safe for the time being. Feng Yujie laughed. Of course, this is the worst-case scenario. We can't enter that place without a choice. If not, we won't know when we'll be able to leave. The 9 mighty celestial kings had entered, but were still unable to leave. Naturally, they were the safest ones inside, making others feel as though they had died long ago. The DS realm is in a mess now. The divine prison was breached, and now that the 9 heaven world has fused together, you can imagine how terrifying that place is. Feng Yujie shook his head and sighed. I hope that Qilian and the others can avoid these disputes. Shui Bingyan suddenly said, if we don't have anywhere to go, we can go to the place where I was born. That place should be very safe. As long as I bring you in, nothing will happen. I have an ice palace under that ocean, and it's very beautiful. But it's not fun at all, and it's also very boring. The gathering place of the Tao spirits was indeed an extremely terrifying place. The powerful subordinates of the Prince Divine Lions were all killed by Shui Bingyan in one move. Not long after Qin Xiang and his group returned, Luo Tianjun arrived. Brat, teacher told me, did you have any conflicts with Prince Divine Lions? Luo Tianjun and Old Iron Sea. K came together with a serious expression. What's wrong? Qin Xiang was a little surprised. The Prince Divine Lions is here. He asked for you by name, saying that one of his silver lion died, and it might be related to you. He wanted to ask you about it. The Old Iron Sea, K said. The Old Iron Sea, K knew that Chen Xiang had been to the Beast Divine Palace before. When Chen Xiang had accepted that mission, it could be said that he had friends in the Beast Divine Palace, and that the friend was Yuer. So when Prince Divine Lions said that the death of the Silver Lion was related to Qin Xiang, he secretly felt that it was Qin Xiang who did it. It has nothing to do with me. I don't want to see him. To tell you the truth, when Prince Divine Lion sent his Silver Lion to kill me, I escaped with my life. But I don't know what happened to him afterwards. Right? He should be following me into the place that's looking for Tao Heartstone. Forget about the Silver Lion. Even Elder Zhu almost died inside, so I'm not surprised that it died. Qin Xiang spread out his hands. Although he said this, it made Old Iron Sea, CK, and Luo Tianjun feel even more that he felt the same way. Luo Tianjun subconsciously looked at Shui Bingyan. He had experienced Shui Bingyan's power before. Now he was certain that the death of that Silver Lion was related to Qin Xiang. This Prince Divine Lions is going too far. They actually sent people to kill you. Since that's the case, we can't be nice to him either. Old Iron Sea. Oh, see. Kay wants to leave, but he actually wants to kill this brat. Luo Tianjun was truly angry. Right now, Chen Xiang just could not beat Prince Divine Lions. Otherwise, he would have gone to Prince Divine Lions long ago to settle the score with him, and would want to capture him for no reason at all. Now that the Prince Divine Lions had come to the Supreme Divine Palace, with Luo Tianjun and the old Iron Siosike supporting him from behind, Chen Xiang was very touched. Neither of them were afraid because of the powerful backgrounds of the Prince Divine Lions. Right now, Chen Xiang just could not beat Prince Divine Lions. Otherwise, he would have gone to Prince Divine Lions long ago to settle the score with him, and would want to capture him for no reason at all. Now that the Prince Divine Lions had come to the Supreme Divine Palace, with Luo Tianjun and the old Iron Siosike supporting him from behind, Chen Xiang was very touched. Neither of them were afraid because of the powerful backgrounds of the Prince Divine Lions. Let's go. Luo Tianjun rolled up his sleeves and walked out of Supreme Divine Palace. The old Iron Sea, oh, see. Kay laughed and followed behind Luo Tianjun. The two of them did not seem to be afraid of the Prince Divine Lions at all. Let's go take a look as well. Feng Yujie pulled Shui Bing in and followed closely. She was worried that something big would happen. Chen Xiang naturally did not fear him, as he hated the Prince Divine Lions very much in his heart. He had injured Chi S, H, I, plus and killed the super old fire beast, making him furious just thinking about it. Yu Er snorted lightly. When the time comes, I will not appear anymore. I also have a grudge with this guy. This B, A-S-T-A-R-D thinks he is invincible in Beast Divine Palace. He hates me whenever he sees me. Walking out of the Supreme Divine Palace, Chen Xiang followed Luo Tianjun and the others to the front of a big house. When they arrived, Chen Xiang and the others immediately felt a wave of pressure, because at this moment, Luo Tianjun and old Iron CK were filled with anger and did not conceal their aura in the slightest. After Prince Divine Lions sensed what was inside, he also released his royal might in response. The newly built heroes gathering Divine City already had a few people who came from the big powers. At this moment, everyone could feel that there were 3 opposing auras at this place, which caused the clouds in the sky to churn violently, creating bursts of lightning bolts. Are they going to fight? Shui Bingyan looked at the spectacular sight in the sky innocently, as she felt the 3 strong presences colliding with her, but she was not surprised by it. No, I'm just trying to reason with him. Feng Yujie said. It was impossible for them to fight in here, even if Luo Tianjun and old Iron CK wanted to. The 2 palace masters would come out and stop them. What are you doing? You are all elders of the Supreme Divine Palace. Is this how you treat guests? Prince Divine Lions was a little angry, and his tone became extremely cold. Didn't you say that you were looking for Chen Xiang? Luo Tianjun's voice was also filled with anger. Prince Divine Lions came out. Followed behind him were 2 elderly men in gray whose eyes were like torches. Just looking at Chen Xiang made them feel an inexplicable sense of fear. Prince Divine Lions was dressed in a golden cape and armor, and on his face was a mask carved with a golden lion's head. He was very tall, and his tall and dy body did not match with his gentle voice. Did you kill my silver lion? When Prince Divine Lions came out, he immediately asked Chen Xiang. He had seen Chen Xiang before, so he recognized him as well. Just as Chen Xiang wanted to answer, Luo Tianjun spoke coldly. He was the one who killed them. What can you do? Seeing how rude Luo Tianjun was, the eyes of the gray-robed elder behind Prince Divine Lions suddenly turned red and released a "Blo Dwilight." He said, "Surnamed Luo, be a bit courteous to the young master. Don't think that this is your territory, and we will allow you to humiliate us. Dog slave, there's no place for you to interrupt." Old Iron Sea. Oh, sea! Kay let out a loud shout, and the thunderous shockwave exploded in the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. The thick clouds that were churning in the air earlier were actually completely shaken to the point that they disappeared. Qin Xiang and Feng Yujia were both shocked. This old Iron Sea. Oh, sea! Kay normally looked like a bad old man, but he didn't expect that he would be so terrifying when he went berserk. If he shouted at a mountain earlier, maybe even that mountain would be shattered. The Prince Divine Lions had already sensed that something was amiss. Not only were Luo Tianjun and the old Iron Sea, oh, sea, Kay very famous in the Supreme Divine Palace. Even the other powers of the Super G, oh, D-Realm knew a little about them. What's going on? Mu Qin came. Xiao Chang'e also came. The commotion just now, how could it not have alarmed them? Prince Divine Lions sent his silver lion to kill Qin Xiang. Now that the silver lion is dead, he still wants to find trouble with Qin Xiang. Palace Chief, tell me, is this guy too arrogant? Their underlings have been hunted down and killed, yet they still dare to come to our doorstep and demand an explanation. Luo Tianjun said indignantly. The Prince Divine Lions wanted to kill Qin Xiang. This caused Mu Qin to frown. He looked at the Prince Divine Lions and asked with an ice-cold voice, "Is that true?" "I did not send the Silver Lion to kill him. I only wanted to capture him and bring him back. But if he resists, it's very possible that the Silver Lion will kill him, so I have to ask him." Prince Divine Lions' tone was indifferent, and actually did not feel any fear at all. It was just as Yuera had said. She seemed to be unrivaled in the world. The old Iron Sea. Oh, sea, Kay sneered. What this guy means is if he sends his men to capture Qin Xiang must not resist. Who would not resist when they are caught? Mu Qin said, "Please explain why you want to capture Qin Xiang." Prince Divine Lions immediately replied, "Because he saved an enemy who wanted to kill me. He is my enemy." Qin Xiang frowned. "You killed Qi S, H.I. plus S brother for no reason. So it's natural for Qi S, H.I. plus to seek you out for revenge. Is my big brother and my friend, so what if I save him?" "It doesn't matter. You saved him as my enemy. So of course I can catch you." The Prince Divine Lion sneered. "Since you are my enemy, then I can naturally kill the silver lion you sent out." Qin Xiang also laughed coldly. "I was the one who killed that stupid lion of yours. You should still have a silver lion. If you don't have one by your side now, you're probably done for too." Xiao Chang'e frowned. "No, Qin Xiang's current strength is not sufficient to kill that silver lion. I have seen that silver lion before. It should be at the level of a supreme divine beast, and is not something Qin Xiang can kill." Of course, it was not Qin Xiang who killed him. It was Shui Bingyan who killed him. Just now, Feng Yujia had already sent a sound transmission to Shui Bingyan, telling her to be quiet. Luo Tianjun said, "No matter who killed him, it doesn't matter what, this guy sent the silver lion to capture Qin Xiang. He almost caused Qin Xiang to lose his life. How can we just let him go like this?" Prince Divine Lions laughed coldly. "That's right, when he saved my enemy back then, I wanted to kill him. The reason I had the silver lion catch him and bring him back was so that I could torture him to death bit by bit. If I want to kill him now, what can you do to me?" Luo Tianjun laughed, and as he laughed, a black rod suddenly appeared in his hand, carrying an extremely terrifying black fiendish aura. "Wait!" Mu Qin grabbed the long rod and shouted. Seeing that Luo Tianjun was stopped, the Prince Divine Lion sneered. "You are indeed very strong, but you can't do anything to me. Look, you can't do anything to me right now, and you are currently my enemy as well. So it would be best for you not to leave your supreme divine palace in the future." Luo Tianjun looked like Mu Qin. Mu Qin was the hall master and was also very strong. Old Iron Sea. Oh, see, Kay was extremely furious. Even Xiao Chang'e frowned at the side, because this Prince Divine Lions was simply too arrogant. It would be fine if Mu Qin wasn't here, But with Muqin here, he even said that he wanted to kill Luo Tianjun in front of the hall master of this supreme, divine palace. Prince Divine Lions laughed. Now do you know how powerful I am? You humans are truly weak in our eyes. I cannot defeat you, but the divine lion race behind me can raze this place to the ground at any time, and let this place become a river of blood. Prince Divine Lions laughed. Now do you know how powerful I am? You humans are truly weak in our eyes. I cannot defeat you, but the divine lion race behind me can raze this place to the ground at any time, and let this place become a river of blood. Muqin suddenly sighed and said indifferently, Scram, or do you want me to throw you out? Prince Divine Lions was stunned. When Muqin said that, he was obviously angry. Our supreme divine palace is very hospitable, but we don't welcome people like you. Before you scram, you have to be warned that you better not step into the sovereign D realm in the future. Otherwise, even if your father Lion King appears, I won't forgive you. Muqin said calmly, but his words were laced with killing intent and anger. Just you wait. Prince Divine Lions took a deep breath. He never thought that Muqin would be so stubborn to say such words to him, which made him very angry. The Prince Divine Lions quickly left with his large group and left the heroes gathering Divine City dejectedly. Sorry for causing you all so much trouble. Chunxiang sighed. Oh right, the Chi plus you mentioned just now. That name sounds a little familiar. Muqin pondered as he thought back to the matters concerning this name. Xiao Changel said, the first prince of the 7 sons of the old divine Lion King died in that battle. He was resurrected in the 9 heaven world and reborn in the 9 heaven world. I have now awakened the memories of the past. Muqin exclaimed. If he had the strength he used to back then, he might even be able to take back the current throne of the divine Lion King, who was the brother killed by the Prince Divine Lions. Chien, the youngest of the 7 princes of divine lion race, died together with Chies, plus back then. Now that he's been killed by the Prince Divine Lions, Chien is that Prince Divine Lions' blood-related uncle, TSK Histhe. Yuer said, back then, rankers like Chies, plus and Chi Yen were all wars. Plus pers of Muqin and the others. When they were very young, they had already heard about the achievements of these strong warriors. Chi Yen was actually killed, and by such a fellow at that. Yi Bidong came here with a face full of disbelief. Yi Bidong knew a lot of things. He had known Huang Jintian for a long time. It seemed like he understood Chi Yen and Chies, plus a situation very well. The divine soul is still there. We can still revive. But only 9 divine kings can do such a thing. Chan Xiang sighed. What happened to the current divine Lion King? The little bee, Astard, that was born was actually so arrogant. Muqin said to Ibidong, gather the elders, we might have to deal with the salt of the divine lion race. Although we may not come, we have to be prepared. We are not afraid of the divine lion race. Chunxiang and Feng Yujie did not return to the Supreme Divine Palace. They went to the shop. The shop was almost ready. The 3 Gu brothers had called for many people to help. They were all from the Alchemist and had a wide network of people. They could quickly find people. The 5th floor was a resting place, and there were many rooms here. The hall that Chunxiang, Feng Yujie, and the others were in was the largest and most comfortable. A lot of things have happened today. Chunxiang sipped on Shui Bingyan's iced tea and looked out the window at the empty street. There were still not many people. We will be selling the regeneration Dan tomorrow. I hope nothing bad will happen to it. Feng Yujie laughed lightly and said to Chunxiang, don't think too much into it. Anyway, after this compet, 1. Tian, we might have to leave the Supreme Divine Palace too. Yuer replied, the Prince Divine Lions has been bullied. He will definitely come back for revenge. I wonder if his father, the Lion King, will help him take revenge. Even if he doesn't help on the surface, he will at least support him a little. Is it convenient to come in now? Oldest Gu knocked on the door. Of course it's convenient, Qinxiang said. Oldest Gu walked into the hall and sat down. He picked up a cup of iced tea, took a sip, and said, I have just received news that the two brats here will be selling 50 regeneration danas tomorrow, with 1,500,000 each. How many are you planning to sell tomorrow? How much is the price? Yes, we'll help you advertise it tonight. 1,000,000 Shen yuan stone per pellet, for a total of 100 pellets. Feng Yujie said, There aren't many people here tonight, right? Tonight, the most people that have come, moreover, they are all a group with wealth and power. Don't you think, to be able to be arranged to be in the first batch to enter the transmission array, they must all have some background? The oldest goose said, Xiao was waiting at the transmission array, and he was very sure that the purple smoke divine mountain robbers would come tonight. Chunxiang was curious previously about the ident. 1. Tie of the person behind Xiao, to actually be able to make Xiao not afraid of the purple smoke divine mountain, and want to kill bandits in the transmission array. Only the old Iron CK, or Luo Tianju knew about this. The three Gu brothers had already left the shop and they had not started promoting it yet. They would only start when the transmission array officially opened and a large number of disciples from other forces would come. There's still a little time right now. From now until tomorrow morning, I should still be able to refine 1 or 2 batches of regeneration dan. Qinxiang said, because he was worried that they would not have enough of it by then, and that they would even have some regeneration dan-S ingredients. Feng Yujie nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you first. Qinxiang took the regeneration dan's medicinal ingredients from Feng Yujie's hands and entered the secret room to refine pills. He no longer planned to watch Xiao slaughter the bandits from the purple smoke divine mountain in the plaza. Today he had already brought a lot of trouble to the supreme divine palace. Just as the sky was about to turn dark, a commotion suddenly came from outside. After Feng Yujie heard it, he hastily opened the window and looked outside. It came from the plaza. The disciples of the other forces should have arrived by now. Yue said, We're also preparing to watch a good show. Should we go and take a look? Feng Yujie had already known earlier that Xiao was going to kill people there, so she shook her head. Yue immediately understood that if the two of them were to go, they would have to bring Shui Bingyan along as well. Although Shui Bingyan had also killed people before, he shouldn't let her see too many of those scenes. This aura. It's very familiar. Feng Yujie frowned as he looked in another direction. He was not at the location of the plaza. I sensed it too. Did they let it out on purpose? Yue replied, 2 powerful divine beasts. It's the vermilion bird and the white tiger. Feng Yujie said in surprise, They have also come to Super G, D-Realm, and have become so powerful. The second of the 4 protectors of the all-beast divine, Lord back then. Yue was also very surprised. After their rebirth, they actually grew so fast. Although the white tiger and vermilion bird were resurrected in 9 divine kings, Feng Yujie wasn't very familiar with them before. Although the white tiger and vermilion bird were resurrected in 9 divine kings, Feng Yujie wasn't very familiar with them before. Feng Yujie said, Let's go find the white tiger and vermilion bird first. The 2 are so powerful now, they should have already awakened their memories. I plus needs help right now. Let's see if they can help. Yue nodded her head. Right now, we can only sense that their auras are very strong, but we don't know their actual strength. If they had already become 2G, DS, it would have been enough for I plus to do a lot of things for him. The vermilion bird and white tiger did not retract their auras. Their intention in doing so was obviously to let know that they had come to this city. Presumably, they already knew that Chunxiang was in Supreme Divine Palace. Feng Yujie quickly met the white tiger and vermilion bird. The white tiger and the vermilion bird walked side by side on the street. The white tiger wore white clothes, and judging by his ordinary appearance, he had a beautiful woman in a dress by his side. Many people couldn't help but take a few glances at him. When they saw Feng Yujie, they immediately welcomed him with a smile. "Greetings, seniors." Feng Yujie immediately bowed. If both the white tiger and vermilion bird had awakened their memories, then they were indeed Feng Yujie's seniors. "Greetings, seniors." When Shui Bingyan saw Feng Yujie giving his respects, she also greeted the white tiger politely. "There's no need to be so polite." The vermilion bird smiled faintly, then looked at Shui Bingyan and asked, "Where is Chen Xiang? He should be here, right? Who is this beautiful little girl? I don't think I've seen it before." "I am Shui Bingyan. Elder brother Shin is concocting pills." Shui Bingyan said with a pure and beautiful smile. Hearing Shui Bingyan call Chen Xiang that, the vermilion bird and the white tiger looked at each other, obviously thinking that Shui Bingyan had that sort of relations. "I+P with him. When did you come to the Super G? Oh, D-Realm." Feng Yujie was very curious about this, because the vermilion bird and the white tiger went to the DS realm very early in the morning, but he did not hear any news about them. The white tiger laughed. "Not long after we went to DS realm, we found a ruin of a beast divine palace. We came here from there, and that's why we have been here for quite a few years." In order to make it easier to talk, Feng Yujie brought them to the 5th floor of the shop and served them iced tea Shui Bingyan had made. The white tiger looked at its surroundings and sensed a bit of fire in a secret room. It knew that Chen Xiang was concocting pills there, so it smiled and said, "Chen Xiang has restrained himself quite a bit since he came to Super G. Oh, D-Realm." Feng Yujie scoffed. "Of course not. He just angered the Prince Divine Lions not too long ago. The vermilion bird and the white tiger both knew that Feng Yujie was the 9 Heavens G. And now they could also see that Feng Yujie and Chen Xiang seemed to have a very close relations. HI+P, which made them very surprised. "We heard about this too. I am very clear about the Prince Divine Lions' actions inside the Beast Divine Palace. We came here because we just found out that the Prince Divine Lions and Chen Xiang are at stake. I never thought that Chen Xiang would actually be able to refine pills so peacefully as if nothing happened." The white tiger shook its head with a smile. Yuera stuck her head out and looked at the white tiger and vermilion bird. These 2 legendary divine beasts were things she had never seen with her own eyes before. "Does this kitten belong to the Star Moon divine race? Why does it look so familiar?" When the vermilion bird saw Yuera's cute little head, it wanted to reach out to hug her. However, Yuera suddenly flashed and appeared from her backpack. She flapped her wings and floated in the air. The white tiger frowned. "They are from the Star and Crescent Beast race. Starry Sky, White Tiger race also have some connections with them. This kitten does look familiar. Could it be that guy?" Yuera asked, "Do you recognize me?" "Impossible. When I was born, it was a long time after your era." Hearing Yuera's voice, the white tiger and the vermilion bird looked at each other, as if they were even more certain of this. "Samsara sacrifice. You are the sacrifice that Samsara sacrifice needs. The reason why you don't recognize us is because you have already been reborn after you became a sacrifice. A large amount of your memories will be erased. From the looks of it, you should have already been a sacrifice many times." Yuera was shocked. "What's Samsara sacrifice? I've never heard of it. You mean I've died many times?" Previously, Zhu Xiangyuan was very sure that Yuera had saved him, but Yuera didn't. The vermilion bird nodded. "Not many people know about the Samsara sacrifice. We heard the great emperor say that this is a ceremony unique to the Star Moon divine race." Yuera shook her head. "I am a sacrifice. Why would they let me run all over the place? And why did they just erase part of my memory instead of erasing it all?" Yuera found it hard to believe her own ident. One Tai, she was actually a sacrifice and had a very high position within the star-moon divine race. No one had ever mentioned such a thing to her before. "No, I have parents, even though I've never seen them before," Yu Er said again. "The star-moon divine race lied to you because they used you as an offering to the moon and stars, allowing them to obtain great power. Legend has it that it was through you that the star-moon beast emperor was constantly reborn and given birth." The white tiger sighed. It felt very sympathetic towards Yuer because she only existed to make others stronger. Because the samsara sacrifice can only sacrifice you once in a while. When they need you, they will naturally bring you back. They are worried that it will affect your growth, so they will keep a lot of memories that will allow you to survive and even do some triming. And the memories that make you strong will be erased. The vermilion bird replied, "And it will be very difficult for you to grow up. If it's only the star-moon divine race that wants you to grow up to become a sacrificial offering, they will have to pay a great price to do so. Thus, under normal circumstances, they will allow you to grow up by yourself." Now, Chen Xiang understood why Yuer's senses were of the highest level when it came to escaping, and was able to ensure that she would not die even when encountering danger. In order to make her more viable, the star-moon divine race had injected her with many memories, but only allowed her to become stronger. Senior White Tiger, Senior Suzaku. When Qin Xiang came out from the secret room, although the White Tiger and Vermilion Bird had restrained their auras, Qin Xiang was still able to sense them. Thus, he used a secret technique to maintain the pill furnace in its current state. The White Tiger and Vermilion Bird nodded at him. How much do the two seniors understand about samsara sacrifice? Why would they gain so much power after killing Yuer? Chan Xiang asked, because this matter was related to Yuer, which was why he immediately ran out. The matters concerning the samsara sacrifice must have been kept a secret, so Yuer herself didn't know either. Qin Xiang felt that since he was acquainted with Yuer and they were extremely good friends, he definitely could not let Yuer become a sacrifice once again. The matters concerning the samsara sacrifice must have been kept a secret, so Yuer herself didn't know either. Qin Xiang felt that since he was acquainted with Yuer and they were extremely good friends, he definitely could not let Yuer become a sacrifice once again. The White Tiger said, "This is because when the 10,000 Beast Emperor told us the origin of the divine beast, I asked him about the White Tiger, which is why he told us some of the secrets of the star-moon divine race. At that time, only our 4 divine beasts were present." Yuer flew over to the Vermilion Bird and hugged her in its arms. The Vermilion Bird gently stroked the back of her head. The White Tiger continued to speak. "This matter is something that even many star and crescent beasts do not know, and should only be known at the level of an elder of the star-moon divine race. Currently, there should be 4 elders of the star-moon divine race and 5 clan chiefs. All of them can obtain a huge promotion from the samsara sacrifice." Yuer nodded her head. All this while there have been many powerful star and crescent beasts that had wanted to undergo the elder's trial to obtain the elder's qualification, but they had all been stopped. I heard from some of the older star and crescent beasts that our star-moon divine race should have 9 elders and a chief. However, ever since Divine Lord died, it has become 5, and a star-moon beast king died before. The Vermilion Bird said, "It's because after offering you as a sacrifice, they become less proficient and gain more benefits, which is why they stopped the other star and crescent beast from going through the elder's trial. Because once they pass the elder's trial, they will also know the secrets of the samsara sacrifice." Yuer angrily said, "Now I understand why those people that didn't undergo the elder's trial could obtain the same kind of authority as the elders. It is said that the elder's trial is extremely difficult, and it is a narrow escape from death. Those old fellows all tried to persuade us like this, and then they conducted a simple assessment of some of the stronger people who wanted to undergo the elder's trial, giving the person who said the test a great deal of authority." Feng Yujie was puzzled. What secrets does Yuer possess? Why was it that if he made her into a sacrifice, those guys would get a huge boost? The star-moon divine race was naturally nurtured by the great way of the Buddha. It had a terrifying innate ability to easily absorb the endless and powerful energy of the stars and moon to cultivate in. And now there is this so-called samsara sacrifice. It is clear that this samsara sacrifice is also a power that is naturally born from the Great Way, but it was definitely not born to raise the strength of other clan members. The white tiger nodded. I was puzzled at first, but then the emperor told us. Yu-Er has a very strange phenomenon, which is that after she dies, the moon and stars will release a very terrifying and strange power, and at this time, as long as Yu-Er's body is burned to ashes, the people at the side will be able to absorb this power, and after a day they will be completely absorbed, and after absorbing it, their powers will increase greatly. Qin Xiang and Feng Yujie immediately understood. That was the resurrection power that the stars and moon had given to Yu-Er, but after ingeniously using it at the place where Yu-Er died, she could absorb the power that should have belonged to her. How many times have these B-A-S-T-A-R-D-S killed me? Yu-Er was extremely angry. The vermilion bird quickly comforted her. The white tiger said, the great emperor said that even if you don't die during that time, you will be able to absorb the power of the stars and moon. In other words, after all these years, if you have not been treated as a sacrifice, then your strength is truly terrifying. The vermilion bird gently caressed Yu-Er's back and said, the emperor wants you to transform into your human form after that baptism. You have never absorbed the power of the stars and moon, so you should never have taken human form. Of course, if you were to absorb it, you would definitely become very powerful and wouldn't need to become a sacrifice. Qin Xiang said, I will not let Yu-Er become a sacrifice again. I feel like Yu-Er's memories weren't completely erased. She went to a place before and even used a lot of power to save a person. Maybe she was able to awaken part of her memories there, but they were all erased after they became offerings. The white tiger nodded. After we were reborn, it took us a long time to fully awaken our memories. The vermilion bird let go of Yu-Er and flew to Shui Bingyan's side. Seeing Yu-Er's sorrowful expression, the vermilion bird sighed lightly. When the time comes for samsara sacrifice, they will grab onto Yu-Er and kill her. When the power of the stars and moon descends, they will hide Yu-Er and absorb the power of the moon and stars. In the past 99 to 81 years, Yu-Er will revive on her own, and her divine soul and body will be reborn. It is also at this time that they start to tamper with Yu-Er's memories regarding divine soul. Qin Xiang said, How did All-Beast Divine Lord know about this? Did he tell you not to talk about it when he told you? The white tiger shook its head. Because at that time the emperor told us many things, and not long after, a great war broke out. We all died, and the entire beast race suffered great destruction. So we didn't have the time to speak of this matter. The vermilion bird laughed. Divine Lord Starmoon died in this battle as well. He let you die so many times to become a divine lord, but in the end you still died. This be A-S-T-A-R-D to think that I wars. I plus pet him so much before. This is all because of those old fellows injecting memories into me. I have to get out of this situation. I want to recover the memories that I lost before. I want to know what kind of bad memories they gave me. Yu-Er's voice was filled with anger. The white tiger nodded. Since you already know that you are a sacrifice, then you are prepared. However, it may not be good for you to recover all the memories you have lost, because your memories must contain the pain before your death. Yu-Er resolutely said, I'm not afraid. If I can recover my memories, then it will allow me to experience many deaths at once. This is a rare cultivation experience for me, and I must find it. I must know that those B-A-S-T-A-R-D-S have used me to cultivate. Bingyan, I'm leaving. Yu-Er looked at Shui Bingyan and said reluctantly, I have something important to do. I know, you must come back. Shui Bingyan had just been quietly listening to them, and she had also been thinking about many things. It was just that she did not say it out loud. Qinxiang, you have to take good care of my icy face. Yue also didn't know why, but at this moment, when she was reluctant to part with Shui Bingyan, their relations, H.I. plus P was indeed very good. Leave the matter of taking care of Bingyan to me. I hope that when you come back, you will become a beautiful young lady. Feng Yujie smiled and rubbed her head. Yue said to the white tiger and the vermilion bird, Thank you very much for telling me these things. Otherwise, I would have been a sacrifice forever. The emperor was very angry when he talked about you, and he was also very sympathetic towards your plight. However, due to the power of the Star Moon Divine Lord and the fact that the beast race had met with a foreign enemy at that time, he did not break the news. And he also thinks that if you weren't used like that, you would also be an expert from our beast race and would be able to better protect our beast race. Yu left. She didn't know how she could accomplish what she wanted to do, but she already had a plan. Yu left. She didn't know how she could accomplish what she wanted to do, but she already had a plan. What will she do? Feng Yujie asked as he looked at Qinxiang. Qinxiang and Yue had only interacted with each other for the longest period of time. Qinxiang looked out of the window and watched Yue disappear before letting out a long sigh. Xingyue, I think she is a whole star connected to Xingyue, and that Xingyue, is born with everything that she is. Although her memories had already been erased by those old DS from her divine soul, the stars and moon in the sky would definitely be kept for her. Only she herself would know what to do. Shui Bingyan looked into the sky with melancholy. Yue will definitely be all right. I want to protect her. Qinxiang patted her head and laughed. Bingyan, you are becoming stronger every day. I'm afraid you don't even know yet, right? Shui Bingyan nodded as he memorized it. The white tiger laughed. Qinxiang, I didn't think that you would become so mature after not seeing you for so long. But you still like to cause trouble. Qinxiang chuckled. I'm only going to do what I think is right. Senior White Tiger, you still don't know why I'm opposing Prince Divine Lions, right? He probably won't reveal this himself either. Indeed, I don't know if you have such terrifying potential or not. But right now is not the time to talk to Prince Divine Lions. The White Tiger said. He killed Qi Yan. After Qi S.H.I. Plus found out about it, he went to find him. Qi S.H.I. Plus almost saved me. He sent Silver Lion to capture me. The vermilion bird hastily patted his shoulder to make him suppress the fury in his heart. Otherwise, it would create quite a sensation here. Qi Yan has not completely died. The white tiger took a deep breath and interrupted Qinxiang. Tell me the details of this matter. After a while, both the white tiger and the vermilion bird had a clear understanding of this matter, including the fact that Prince Divine Lions was chased away by the palace chief Mu Qin while he was still in Heroes Gathering, Divine City. I'll go find the Hall Master. When the Prince Divine Lions comes, don't ever make a move. I must kill this bee, A-S-T-A-R-D, with my own hands. The white tiger looked at the vermilion bird and nodded. It was obvious that he was prepared to engage in an all-out battle, and the vermilion bird also supported him very much Qinxiang's side. My current strength is limited. At that time I won't be able to help. The white tiger's hand rested on Qinxiang's shoulder. It's enough for you to save Qi S.H.I. plus. Feng Yujie asked, Senior White Tiger, your relations. H.I. plus P with Qi S.H.I. plus seems to be extraordinary. 9 divine kings allowed us to be reborn. Qi S.H.I. plus is my disciple. Qi Yan is also someone that I watched grow up. And in the ancient G.O.D. era, they were my sworn brothers. I'm their big brother. White Tiger clenched his fists tightly. Several times he almost couldn't control his emotions and spilled his blood here. However, after being pacified by the vermilion bird, he was still able to calm down. The sky was completely dark. Waves of spatial fluctuations came from the transmission array. Many people were being sent over. Qin Xiang stood by the window and looked towards the brightly lit transmitting square. "I'll go over and take a look," Qin Xiang said. "I'm worried that Xiao won't be able to handle it." "I won't go. I'll stay here with Bing Yan." Feng Yujie said. The white tiger had already calmed down a lot. He and the vermilion bird followed Qin Xiang and quickly headed towards the transmitting square. Back then, Xiao's name was Evil Emperor. I never thought that he would still be alive and come here. Although he cultivates ludicrous skills and power, he and Chi S, H, I, plus are good friends. Xiao was a human and not like the white tiger and the other beasts of the ancient Ji. D's era who could awaken their memories and power, the current Xiao was not as strong as them either. The square was extremely lively. Everything was clearly watching the commotion. As soon as Qin Xiang arrived, he saw Xiao Chou standing in the balcony of an upper floor, looking at the plaza with great interest. Xiao Chou was Zhu Xiangyuan's grandson-in-law, and also a good seedling of the Herculean D tribe. Naturally, his status was not ordinary. "Let's go there." Qin Xiang pointed to the 5th floor and immediately entered it. He said that he wanted to find the person at Xiao Chou's door and let him in. "Brat, you've enjoyed it, haven't you?" Qin Xiang patted his bald head and laughed. Xiao Chou saw that there were 2 other people who had come with Qin Xiang. When he saw the 2 familiar faces, he was slightly shocked and immediately shouted, "Senior White Tiger, Senior Vermilion Bird." Back then, when Xiao Chou was in dragon subduing school, he had met the White Tiger and Vermilion Bird. "Good brat, you've become quite powerful. What are you watching for?" The White Tiger said with a smile, "That fellow called Xiao sure is arrogant. He killed 4 disciples of the Purple Smoke Divine Mountain with a single sword strike just now. Now, the elders of the Purple Smoke Divine Mountain have already caught him but do not dare to kill him. It's strange that the elders of our Supreme Divine Palace still haven't come out." The elders of the Supreme Divine Palace were all gathered by Mu Qin for a meeting because the Prince Divine Lions had spoken some harsh words today, and they had to prepare. The elders are all in a meeting here. If it wasn't too big of a commotion, they probably wouldn't have noticed us going over quickly, right? In case Xiao got heavily injured. Furthermore, Xiao had already been sealed by the 2 elders and was unable to move. The elders of the Purple Smoke Divine Mountain also did not dare to act rashly. After all, the difference in strength between the Purple Smoke Divine Mountain and the Supreme Divine Palace was too great. Qin Xiang immediately flew down from the tower and landed in the plaza. He shouted at the elder of the Purple Smoke Divine Mountain, "On what grounds are you capturing him?" Looking at the Purple Smoke Divine Mountain elder, the memories he got from killing the purple-clothed bandit suddenly surfaced in his mind. It was this elder who had ordered the purple-clothed bandit to capture him. Even if this Purple Smoke Divine Mountain's elder knew that he was Qin Xiang, he also knew that he possessed the demurdering sword techniques and the heavenly alchemy. He told these few disciples who often robbed outside to pay more attention to Qin Xiang and to take him away whenever they met him. It's not like you haven't seen him kill the disciples of our Purple Smoke Divine Mountain yet. Don't think that your Supreme Divine Palace is so strong that you can kill him as you please. I only captured him to prevent him from escaping. Wait for the elders and hall masters of your Supreme Divine Palace to come to me and demand an explanation from them." When the elders saw Qin Xiang's face, he was secretly surprised. This was the person he had been looking for all this time, and now he was right in front of him. Seeing the elders' shocked expression just now, Qin Xiang knew that he was recognized. "Are you from Purple Smoke Divine Mountain?" Qin Xiang asked. The elder wore a set of purple clothes and a purple cloak. "I am the Purple Smoke Divine Mountain's Butian Guangguang, one of the elders of the Purple Smoke Divine Mountain. What questions do you have?" Bu Tianguang shouted loudly, letting the surrounding people know that he had the qualifications to capture Xiao. Chen Xiang sneered, "If I were an elder of the Purple Smoke Divine Mountain, I would definitely not admit it." He did not go on until this point, which made the crowd very curious to know why he said, so Bu Tianguang also curiously asked, "Why?" Chen Xiang looked at the corpses on the ground and said loudly, "Because the disciples of your Purple Smoke Divine Mountain are all extremely vicious bandits. This senior brother of mine and I were once plotted against and robbed in the G.O.D. medicinal treasure land. He did not die at their hands, and you, as an elder of the Purple Smoke Divine Mountain, are unable to discipline your own sect. Such a disciple, and you still have the nerve to say that you are an elder of the Purple Smoke Divine Mountain. Nonsense. They're already dead. You still want to insult them? And this is inconclusive." Bu Tianguang looked around angrily before shouting, "Everyone, look at the disciples of the Supreme Divine Palace. They've gone too far." It was because the Supreme Divine Palace was the host of the compet. One tie-in for the Super G.O.D. realm, and the first group of disciples who came here were from the other factions. They were whispering to each other about this matter, because they did not know who was in the compet. One tie-in. And when they saw that the Purple Smoke Divine Mountain was killed by the disciple elder with a face full of grief, they all thought that the Supreme Divine Palace was bullying others. Chun Xiang had long antic. 1p aided the situation, so he was already prepared. He closed his eyes and took out a pearl. The originally exquisite and exquisite bead suddenly lit up with a white light. After a while, Qin Xiang threw the bead into the air, and it exploded into a few images in midair. Those images depicted how the violet-clothed bandits had waited behind others to wait for them to find the divine medicine before they sacred it, and headed away. Everyone's scalps went numb when they saw this, because the methods of these violet-clothed bandits were extremely cruel. In order to force others to hand over the storage magic treasure, he had used many BLOODY methods to torture them. The crowd originally had the same opinion of the Purple Smoke Divine Mountain, but after seeing all these people, they became even more furious. Some disciples from other forces recognized that it was their sect and were actually harmed. You definitely did this yourself. This is definitely not real." Bu Tianguang was still quibbling as he pointed at Qin Xiang and cursed. At this time, a man walked out and said, "It definitely wasn't something he imagined himself, because there were 3 disciples of my mysterious heaven lake that were killed, and that happened many years ago. Using a secret technique to create these images would be impossible to create these 3 disciples that are exactly the same as our mysterious Spirit Hail Lake. I'm just curious as to how he managed to do it. This seems to be some sort of memory." Chun Xiang pointed to the corpses of the bandits and said, "I used a secret technique to retrieve their memories so everyone can see his evil deeds." These memories were something that Chen Xiang had long ago obtained, and not something that he could extract now. Of course, he couldn't say that he had killed a purple-clothed bandit before, because this reminded him of Zhan Xi's death. Xiao Chou also walked over and said to Bu Tianguang, "Hurry up and release them. These bandits have killed so many people before, and they've even dared to kill so many of us. Now that we've killed them, it's normal for anyone else to do the same." The expression of the man from earlier from the mysterious sky lake turned ice cold. "As an elder, you probably know something, right? It seems like you purposely let these ASTARDS do this." Bu Tianguang could not stay calm after seeing everyone's indignation. He let out a long sigh and said, "They were pretty good when they first entered the heavenly G.O.D. lake. I did not expect them to become this angry. I trusted them so much." Chen Xiang did not believe him, because he found out that the elder knew about them from the purple-clothed bandits' memories. Furthermore, he even obtained many benefits from them, just so that he would not expose them. That's right. This elder knew about it long ago, and he even colluded with them. This is all from my memories. Chun Xiang took out another bead. Seeing this, Bu Tianguang became anxious because he had done a lot of business with these disciples. If Chun Xiang showed the scene of the BLOOD, why business transaction like before, he would be in deep trouble. Bu Tianguang realized that he had no other choice. He placed the already restrained Xiao in front of him and shouted, "If you dare to mess with me, I'll kill him." Xiao said to Chun Xiang, "Pui, kid, just kill this BASTARD and don't worry about me." Chun Xiang was still confident because the white tiger had already appeared behind him. Xiao also saw that the white tiger was very familiar with the white tiger because the white tiger was Chi-S HI plus S master and the white tiger was Chi-S HI plus S friend. The white tiger raised its hand and a streak of black smoke suddenly enveloped Xiao and Bu Tianguang. After the black smoke dispersed, Bu Tianguang could no longer move. Bu Tianguang was 2G. Delay. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to easily suppress Xiao. However, the moment the white tiger attacked, Bu Tianguang was no longer able to move. Most of the people present were young disciples. They were very curious about the white tiger's ident. 1. Tai, and they could also tell that the white tiger was not a supreme divine palace elder. They had all heard of it, and all of them had an elder's badge hung on their bodies. You are also an elder of the Purple Smoke Divine Mountain, right? Chun Xiang looked at a purple-robed elder and asked. From start to finish, the old man had never said a single word. At this moment, his face was filled with fear. He was completely frightened by the white tiger. Does he have a problem? White Tiger asked. If he does, I'll control him on the way. No. Chun Xiang shook his head and looked at Xiao. He saw that he was not injured at all. This elder truly did not exist, but the Purple Smoke Divine Mountain S of the Purple Smoke Divine Mountain S did. This was a Purple Smoke Divine Mountain that Chun Xiang did not mention. And they were also not good people either. They also had connections with the divine nations, which was why they wanted to catch him. There was also an old man in the sword hall who wanted to capture him and obtain the murdering sword techniques. Right now, he was also planning to tell Mu Qin or Yi Bidong and the others about this matter. An old man finally came to Supreme Divine Palace. Chun Xiangpa said the matters here to him. Then he brought Xiao, White Tiger, and the others back to the shop. An old man finally came to Supreme Divine Palace. Chun Xiangpa said the matters here to him. Then he brought Xiao, White Tiger, and the others back to the shop. On the way, they traveled very quickly. Because of what happened earlier, they had received a lot of attention, and they didn't want to receive that kind of tension. Entering the shop, just as Chun Xiang closed the door, Xiao, who had not spoken along the way, finally spoke. Senior, I didn't think that you would also be here. The White Tiger laughed and patted his shoulder. Not bad. Looks like you came here very early. You should have left the 9 Heaven World very early to head to the DS realm and found the entrance that leads to this place afterwards. Chun Xiang had indeed been here for a long time, and his current power was considered strong as well. Chun Xiang guessed that below the Supreme Xiao's power could be considered to be at the highest level, and he seemed to have made a breakthrough after returning from the Divine Medicine Treasure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill a few of the Purple Smoke Divine Mountains Empyrean DS in an instant. Xiao Cho did not follow him. He stayed behind and told the old man what had happened. Thank you, Senior. I thought you went to the Beast D Mountain to look for Brother Qi after I parted with you that day. Chun Xiang said they had already reached the 5th floor. Xiao said, Originally I was going to go, but right now I simply cannot help Chi-S HI+, so I decided to drop the matter. Palace Mistress? Chun Xiang said in shock. Xiao nodded his head. Home Master took great care of me. Back then I came to this Super D realm precisely because I met him. Even though I am a disciple of the boxing hall, I am not on the same side as the great hall master of the boxing hall. The master of the halls in boxing hall and the master of the sword hall were all from the divine nations. Xiao seemed to know something, which was why he said such words. Xiao, you have always cultivated evil spirit force, but you have never stepped into the evil Tao. This phenomenon is very strange. The vermilion bird said the evil power that came from Xiao's body was extremely terrifying. Although he had not reached the strength of the true Ji, he was still able to frighten a few true Ji. Yes. Xiao laughed. Evil energy is very strong and cultivation is also very easy. However, it was very difficult to suppress them. If he did not suppress them properly, then he would fall into evil, and his soul would be decayed by evil. At that time, you will be manipulated by the evil energy. If the evil energy develops a consciousness the moment your soul is devoured, you will become a demon. In order to control the powerful evil energy, while I am cultivating the evil energy, I am also cultivating my own heart. As long as I have a strong and upright heart, I will not be controlled by the evil energy, and I can also suppress the evil energy and use the powerful evil energy for my own purposes. And because of this, the evil force I control is much stronger than the other evil demons, because my evil power has the power to be upright. The white tiger laughed. When two conflicting energies are combined, it will always produce unexpected power. However, this kind of cultivation method of yours is still rather dangerous. Once you lose control of it, you might not even have the chance to reincarnate. It was a rare chance to meet again. Chun Xiang and the others stayed in the hall and chatted until late into the night, while it became more and more lively outside. The transmission array of the transmitting square did not stop, and it continuously transferred disciples from other forces over. The white tiger and vermilion bird stayed in the shop temporarily, while Xiao went back to the supreme divine palace. Didn't have any rest tonight, so she was prepared to sleep early. Furthermore, when she slept, her body would release blue-colored clouds as usual, and Chen Xiang and Feng Yujie thought that she was probably growing up. Three Gu brothers came back in the middle of the night with a smile on his face. Just as we had guessed, many disciples already know about the regeneration Dan, and they are here to buy it. But all they know is that there is only one store that sells regeneration Dan. At that time, they will even need to bid for it, only selling 10 crystals per day. The oldest Gu laughed. Then let's start selling 100 of them today, and then we'll sell the rest of the regeneration Dan at 50 a day. Chun Xiang said, after we sell all these hundreds of regeneration Dan, there shouldn't be much value in having all of them here. Moreover, they won't be able to sell them at a high price. 1,000,000 Shen Yuan stone pills was considered expensive, and many disciples could not take out that many Shen Yuan stone s. For example, Xiaoqiu, although he possessed decent strength and position, he only possessed a few 100,000 Shen Yuan stone. Therefore, although there were many disciples gathered in Heroes Gathering Divine City, there were very few who could afford to buy regeneration Dan. Selling 100 pills on the first day, he might not be able to sell them all. 3 Gu brothers went out overnight to spread the news, letting a majority of the people in the city know that 100 regeneration Dan were to be sold here tomorrow, and that the price was cheap too. In the morning, Shui Bingyan had already woken up. When she arrived at the first floor, she saw that there was a crystal cabinet. Inside the transparent crystal cabinet, there were many S, H, I, plus New York regeneration Dan S that were placed neatly. It was extremely dazzling. Open the door. Feng Yujie laughed. Oldest Gu opened the door to the shop, and there were already people outside. These people were dressed very decently and were quite powerful. They were all young people. These are all high-quality regeneration Dan. They are much better than the regeneration Dan in the first pill shop. You must know that the regeneration Dan of that fellow were all hidden for a period of time. Oldest Gu invited this group of people in and continued to speak. Everyone knows that even if the divine pellets are well preserved, if they are stored for too long a period of time, It will have a huge impact on the quality of the divine pellets as a whole. The shop was very spacious. There was only a crystal cabinet placed at a high place, so the people who came in could clearly see the SHI plus Ning regeneration Dan inside it. Just from their appearance, one could tell that these regeneration Dan were of good quality. Looks like it's really not bad. Not only is the regeneration Dan in Pell's shop number 1 unable to be inspected, they are also selling it at a very high price. Originally, they were willing to sell them for 1,500,000 Xinyuan stone. But because they knew that 100 of them would be sold here today, they lowered the price by 100,000. If the price is right, I'll buy 2 of them. An elegant man holding this fan said. When 3 Gu brothers went out to advertise, he did not say what the price was. He only said that it was cheap. 1,000,000 Shen Yuan stone pills. When Feng Yujie said this, everyone was stunned, their faces showing expressions of disbelief. They were sure that they did not hear wrongly, so they rushed to say they wanted to buy as many as they could. For everyone to have a share, Feng Yujie allowed everyone to buy only 1 pellet. Soon he sold 60 of them. Everyone, don't go yet. There's a problem with their regeneration Dan. Suddenly, a tall and dy figure appeared at the door. Upon hearing the voice, the 3 Gu brothers frowned. Oldest Gu said coldly, Hall Master, don't speak nonsense. I tell you, if you don't make that clear, I'll knead you into a ball and throw you out. The first Dan Hall was also very famous, and the Hall Master present was the same as Luo Tianjun. They were both extremely outstanding Pill Gods. This time, the Hall Master said that there was a problem with the regeneration Dan. This caused the people who just bought the regeneration Dan to feel a chill in their hearts, and they had already said that they were leaving. The first Dan Hall was also very famous, and the Hall Master present was the same as Luo Tianjun. They were both extremely outstanding Pill Gods. This time, the Hall Master said that there was a problem with the regeneration Dan. This caused the people who just bought the regeneration Dan to feel a chill in their hearts, and they had already said that they were leaving. Liang Gaoi, you have to be responsible for saying those words. When the oldest Gu saw the crowd shouting for him to return, he shouted loudly. Liang Gaoi was the Hall Master of the first Dan Hall, so his words were obviously very authoritative. Therefore, those people all suspected that there was a problem with the regeneration Dan. You guys were able to create so many regeneration Dan in such a short period of time, and their quality is also top-notch. This is definitely impossible, so there must be a problem. You must have done something to these regeneration Dan. Liang Gaoi said with certainty. He thought that if something impossible happened, he would never accept it, which was why he said that. The oldest Gu panicked. This Liang Gaoi was a famous alchemist in the Super G. D-realm, if he said something like that now, he was obviously here to ruin the compet. One Tian. Feng Yujie was actually very calm. She asked softly, Hall Master Liang, then how do you want us to prove that there are no problems with this regeneration Dan? We are willing to take out 10 regeneration Dan-S from the remaining 40 pellets to prove ourselves. Chun Xiang watched on the side. Feng Yujie was the same as LV Chilian. There was a very good way to deal with this kind of thing. But Oldest Gu and the others obviously preferred a more violent method. Oldest Gu had threatened Liang Gaoi verbally just now, but Liang Gaoi did not eat his method. I don't know how to prove it, but I just think that there's a problem with your regeneration Dan. Liang Gaoi's words immediately made Oldest Gu jump over, and his fist smashed over. You're obviously here to cause trouble. After Oldest Gu's fist struck over, he was firmly grabbed by Liang Gaoi. Although Liang Gaoi was an old man, he was tall and strong. From his stature, Oldest Gu looked weak and weak. Old Liang, if you don't explain this matter to me clearly, I can guarantee that you will crawl back home today. Luo Tianjuan's voice sounded from outside the door. He was still the same as before. He was not afraid of such a threat at all. Before, Qin Xiang had heard from the oldest Gu that the reason why Hall 10 wasn't ranked number 1 was because Luo Tianjun had lost to him, and to him at that. Unless he can use my medicine to make a pot on the spot, then I will believe him. Liang Gaoi looked at Luo Tianjun, who was at the door, and smiled indifferently. Old Luo, 100 years have passed, said, "Do you think you can beat me now?" Liang Gaoi took out a box, looked at Feng Yujie and Qin Xiang, and said, "I remember that the regeneration Dan was created by a woman." Feng Yujie nodded his head. "It is precisely this little girl who had refined it. I am willing to refine a furnace of pills on the spot to dispel Hall Master Liang's doubts. As long as Liang Gaoi's medicine was used, there would definitely be no problem. Those who had originally planned to return the goods decided to take a look at the results." Luo Tianjun said, "Old Liang, you must be trying to scam a young man. If she can really refine it, then you must apologize, and Regeneration Dan will also belong to them." Liang Gaoi took out a pill furnace and said, "Not only do I need to use my ingredients, I also need to use my pill furnace. If she can actually refine it, I will be convinced." When Qin Xiang saw the pill furnace, he felt that something was amiss inside. He stood out and said, "Can I use this furnace? Change it to something else." "This won't do. If I use the pill furnace that you have prepared, I'm afraid that you will do something to the pill furnace inside." Liang Gaoi laughed. "If you guys are worried that I would do something, I will get the other hall masters to prepare one for you all." Luo Tianjun took the pill furnace, looked at it, and then smashed it onto the ground, turning it into pieces. "What can this broken pill furnace make? Old Liang, if you continue to cause trouble, I'll really get angry." Qin Xiang said, "Why don't I refine it? I don't need a pill furnace." How could he refine without a pill furnace? Even Luo Tianjun felt that it was somewhat impossible. After all, refining Zhongping Danes was extremely difficult, and if it were any other low-leveled holy pellets, they wouldn't need to use their pill furnaces to play. "All right, since you said so, let's begin." Liang Gaoi laughed and handed the jade box over to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang took and opened it. Immediately he scolded, "Liang Gaoi, you be bastard. Hall Master, forget it. I can refine it." As Qin Xiang looked at those hay like medicinal herbs, although he was a little dissatisfied, he did not have much of a reaction. How could a garbage of medicinal ingredients, without using a pill furnace, refine a regeneration Dan? It was at this time that Luo Tianjun suddenly remembered that Qin Xiang was training in the heavenly alchemy, so with how confident he was right now, he definitely had a way to solve this problem. Feng Yujie retreated to the side. When she saw the herbs, she also frowned, because she felt that even if she used a good pill furnace, it would be impossible to refine it into a pill, let alone not using a pill furnace. The White Tiger had seen Qin Xiang concoct pills a few times, so it was already very familiar with this situation. It could only watch with a smile at the side, but the Vermilion Bird rarely saw Qin Xiang concoct pills in public. The Vermilion Bird's strongest aspect was its flame, so she could usually refine some pills and had a good understanding of pill refining. Qin Xiang only took out the few divine medicines that the Regeneration Dan had said he needed. Then he returned the jade box to Liang Gaoi. "What is it? Don't you need Shangping Holy Dan?" Liang Gaoi was originally still smiling, but now he couldn't laugh anymore because of the serious look on Qin Xiang's face. He did not need Shangping Holy Dan to be able to refine a Zhongping Dan. If this was really the case, then it was possible to refine a large number of Regeneration Dan in a short period of time. For many years, many pill deity had tried various things to get rid of the need for other pills to aid in their attempts, but most of them failed. Of course, there were successful pill DS, but they could only be counted on one hand. Furthermore, they were all at the top of the divine nations. Xiao Chou also came. He hurriedly rushed in because he liked to see Qin Xiang concocting pills, especially that kind of amazing method. Those who were familiar with Qin Xiang had seen how he concocted pills without a cauldron before, but they still wanted to see. Chun Xiang opened up his own palm, and all the withered divine medicines were placed neatly on top of them. His hand suddenly turned silver white, like silver jade, and just as everyone was being surprised, his silver jade-like hand released a silver Chuangzhao fire, wrapping the divine medicines on top of his palm. In the past, when Chun Xiang did not use his pill furnace to refine pills, he had released an invisible magic method furnace. But now, he was refining a divine pill directly on his palm, especially for high-level alchemy GODS, like Luo Tianjun and Liang Gaoi, because they knew very well that refining Zhongping Danes was not child's play. Even if they were to refine it, they would have to be careful in order to succeed, in order to guarantee its quality, especially for high-level alchemy DS like Luo Tianjun and Liang Gaoi, because they knew very well that refining Zhongping Danes was not child's play. Even if they were to refine it, they would have to be careful in order to succeed, in order to guarantee its quality. However, when Chun Xiang was refining, not only did he not need the Shangping Holy Danze assistance, he did not even need the pill furnace. Chun Xiang's palm turned silver. Although the silver flame was burning strongly, it did not exude any heat. At this moment, everyone could clearly see that after being incinerated for a period of time, the very inferior divine medicine inside the silver flame became lively as if it was rotten weeds. Not only was it not burnt, it was burning even better. It was simply too strange. Concocting pills on the palm of his hand was already very shocking, but Chun Xiang was still able to revive such a dying divine medicine. Chun Xiang's flame was a Chuangzhao fire, and it was based on the flames produced by the live slain method. It could be destroyed, but it could also be created. Liang Gaoi frowned. He did not even blink as he watched. While he was shocked, he was also wondering what method Chun Xiang had used to be able to unleash such a miraculous technique. In a short while, those divine medicines that had originally been yellow like hay had now recovered to their highest quality. They were bright and colorful, and Chun Xiang's pure silver palm had begun to gradually dim. The silver flames it released weren't as intense anymore. That was the peak state of the Chuangzhao fire just now. Now he had started to burn the divine medicine, and it was also done on the palm of his hand. In the great hall, Chun Xiang held up his hands with his palms spread wide, releasing a weak reddish-green glow. This multicolored glow mischievously squeezed out from the silver flames and wandered outside the silver flames, like a mischievous spirit. Although Chun Xiang had refined it on top of his palm, there was an invisible barrier sealing his palm so that the flames and medicine aura would not leak out. The difficulty in refining Zhongping Dan was during the fusion process. If the inner parts of a few divine medicines were not uniform, then the weaker ones would be squeezed to the point of exploding, and after they were exploded, the other spirit blood would also explode. In the end, there would be a strong explosive force, so they needed the help of the Shangping Holy Dan to strengthen the weaker ones in order to achieve balance. Chun Xiang did not need Shangping Holy Dan. He could use the spirit strengthening technique to directly strengthen the spirit blood S that had the divine medicine. This way, not only would he not need the Shangping Holy Dan S, he could also quickly strengthen the spirit blood S and enhance the overall quality of the divine medicine. This would allow his speed to be faster, the higher the quality, and could even produce more pills. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. During this time, the hall was completely silent. Many people were staring at the divine medicine on Chun Xiang's palm. The light emitted by the divine medicine was getting stronger and stronger, shooting out of the silver flames and piercing people's eyes. When Chun Xiang saw that the spirit blood of the several divine medicines had all reached a similar level, he began to fuse all the spirit blood together. At the moment of fusion, the silver flame seemed to explode. A powerful multicolored light shot out in all directions, and many people had no choice but to block the light with their hands. Luo Tianjun and Liang Gaoi were already watching with their eyes wide open. They wanted to see what was so special about it because Chun Xiang's refining skills were simply too astonies. Plussing. In the instant of fusion, the light aura that erupted lasted for a moment, then gradually weakened. However, the light aura on top of Chen Xiang's palm was still releasing a strong light aura. It looked as though he was holding a colorful treasure pearl in his hand. Originally, he had many divine medicines in his hands, but after being incinerated, they gradually shrunk into a small ball of mist. The silver flames were already starting to weaken and had already reached the later stages. Although there were many outsiders here, they all watched with relish. And at this moment, the people who bought the regeneration Dan were secretly relieved. At least they were not affected by Liang Gaoi's words. Right now, everyone saw Chen Xiang as an existence similar to Liang Gaoi, and they even thought that Chen Xiang was much stronger than the alchemistess like Liang Gaoi. This was because not only could Chen Xiang refine pills on his palms, he could also use a mysterious method to revive the withered divine medicine. Luo Tianjun and Liang Gaoi, these two alchemistess who were very familiar with the method, were both amazed because Chen Xiang's refining speed was just too fast. This was a Zhongping Dan. Moreover, it had only been 2 hours and he had already reached the later stages. That was why he was able to perform so well. He himself clearly knew that if he were to use his current state to refine pills, as long as he completed the pill refinement, he would be extremely tired. He would need to rest for at least an hour or two before being able to recover. He did so to make Liang Gaoi convinced from the bottom of his heart, and at the same time build a reputation for the shop because after the 9 Heaven World and the Super G.O.D. Realm fuse, it was very likely that the Heroes Gathering Divine City would become the #1 city in the whole place. When the time came for the shop to sell, LV Chilean and the others would also join, and there would be even more types of holy pellets and divine pills, gathering a large number of Xinyuan Stone S, in order for them to be able to develop their powers. It was a critical juncture. Chen Xiang frowned, he snorted, and saw that the light yellow mist was suddenly split into 7 parts. Seeing that they were split into 7 parts, Luo Tianjun and Liang Gaoi, the 2 old G.O.D. pills, trembled. The thought went out of their minds, and this intense shock almost made them lose their balance. With just the medicinal ingredients Chen Xiang alone, he was actually able to refine 7 regeneration danes. Only a pill G.O.D. like them could understand just how powerful he was. Although it was not impossible, it was still too difficult to reach such a level of cultivation. Three Gu brothers was also shocked. Their hearts were shocked, but at the same time received a huge blow. Everyone present let out gasps of surprise, because they knew that refining divine pills was not easy. Producing 2 was already very rare, let alone 7. Everyone now understood why Chen Xiang had so many regeneration danes to sell, because Chen Xiang had refined regeneration danes faster than planting beans. The process of condensing the pellet was not easy at all. It took Chen Xiang an hour to complete it, and at this moment 7 high-quality regeneration dan were floating above his palm, which he put into a jade case. It has been completed. The process of refining the regeneration dan has been witnessed by everyone. Our regeneration dan has no problems at all. Chen Xiang handed the 7 regeneration dan pills over to Liang Gaoi, but Liang Gaoi still hadn't reacted to it. Seeing Chen Xiang pass it over, he blankly stretched out his hands and took it. See 1999. See 1999. Liang Gaoi was already convinced in his heart. These 7 regeneration danes were way better than the ones in his shop, and he could only use 1 or 2 of the regeneration danes. So Chen Xiang's 7 were already much stronger than his. Your shop's regeneration dan is fine. I was just being paranoid. Sorry, I'm here to apologize. Liang Gaoi sighed. His attitude was also very good. After Luo Tianjun saw this, he laughed. Old Liang, do you want to buy a pill as a souvenir? This pill furnace is not meant to be concocted using a furnace, and its speed is so fast too. Chen Xiang's expression was currently filled with fatigue. His mind was in a mess, and with a glance he could tell that this was caused by the concocting of pills. As expected, Liang Gaoi bought a regeneration dan. After he left, the people who were watching the show all rushed to buy it, and Qin Xiang went back to rest. Qin Xiang sat in the hall. Shui Bingyan used her jade hands that were emitting cold air to sage him, and the traces of cool air entered his body, making him very comfortable. The white tiger said, "You seemed to be very low-key before, but now you're suddenly showing such a high profile. This isn't appropriate, is it?" Qin Xiang laughed. "I have long been targeted by the divine nations, and there is nothing to be afraid of. What I need to do now is to lay a good foundation and earn more Xin Yuan stone, and I will definitely be of use in the future." The vermilion bird chuckled. "You're not afraid. Is it because we've appeared?" "Of course not. There are a lot of experts that I can rope in Supreme Divine Palace. If something really happens to me, my hall master will definitely help me." Qin Xiang was very sure of this, so he decided to find a chance to give Luo Tianjun a Dao Heartstone. The last time he knew that Prince Divine Lions was going to capture him, Luo Tianjun was extremely furious and immediately went to find Prince Divine Lions to capture him. Luo Tianjun and Old Iron Sea, OCK, were pretty strong at that time if divine nations really wanted to attack him, as long as they helped him secretly. Qin Xiang believed that he would be able to escape. Of course, if the divine nations sends out their strongest warriors, even if the palace lord himself were to take action, he wouldn't be able to resist. On a street in Heroes Gathering Divine City, Xiao was quickly walking with a cold face. He already knew about the matter of Qin Xiang's shop in the morning, and only now did he know that Qin Xiang's strongest point was actually pill refining and not those other methods. Last time he and Qin Xiang had worked together at the Divine Medicine Treasure Arena, he only thought that Qin Xiang's ability to use SPC was rather strong, and he thought that Qin Xiang had collected the divine medicines to help Feng Yujie gather them. Just as Xiao was thinking about this, he suddenly felt someone quickly approaching him. A weak gust of wind struck the back of his head, and then he felt a slight pain in the back of his head. Someone had actually hit his head right on the street. There was no need for extreme vigilance in a place like the Heroes Gathering Divine City. If one was ambushed here, one would definitely be unable to leave the Divine City, and those elders would have already held their meetings. Especially during the time that the Divine City was in operation, they would strictly manage the Divine City and would definitely not allow any sneak attacks to happen. But now Xiao was ambushed and fiercely slapped on the back of his head. Xiao suddenly turned his body. He was angry and murderous. But when he saw the smile on his face, the anger in his heart was immediately dispelled. He was very handsome. His face was filled with a mischievous smile, and this man was Jiangsheng. He was Chi-S, H-I plus S good friend, and also the blacksmith from Nine Heaven World. "Old Xia, long time no see. You actually came to a place like this. It seems like you came here very early, and you even did quite well." Jiangsheng laughed. "Old Jiang, you actually didn't die." Xiao touched the place he was previously hit on and laughed out loud. "There's no other way. The heavens like to let a lowly fellow like me live." Jiangsheng had also come to Super G. D-Realm, and he was in the middle of it. Xiao said, "Let's go and find Qin Xiang. You should know this brat. He told me about you and Chi-S, H-I plus before." Jiangsheng laughed. "Of course I know. I recognized him even after he turned into ashes. He should be very powerful now. I never thought that a guy like you would actually know him. It seems like you have received his help before, right?" The two of them walked to the shop happily, and the moment Jiangsheng entered, he saw Feng Yujie. When Feng Yujie saw him, she called out, "Old Jiang, why are you here too?" Jiangsheng laughed. "Not bad. With such a big shop in this kind of place, no matter where Qin Xiang goes, he would always be able to get along well. It seems like you, the Nine Heavens G. Des have already gotten along with him." Feng Yujie's beautiful face reddened, and she jokingly scolded, "You're still the same. Your mouth is always so cheap." The little demon is on the 5th floor, while the two seniors, White Tiger and Vermilion Bird, are there as well. after selling all 100 regeneration dan today. Feng Yujie closed the shop's door and walked up with Xie Ao and Jiang Sheng. Qun Xiang and the white tiger vermilion bird were chatting when they suddenly heard Jiang Sheng's pitiful laughter. Big white cat, you have a good day. I heard that you and the flaming bird have already left together. When are you going to give birth to one? When Jiang Sheng saw the vermilion bird's jade face filled with killing intent, he immediately swallowed back the words that he was about to say. After a while, he laughed. Long time no see. You all look even more handsome and beautiful than before. The white tiger laughed. Old Jiang, what wind brought you to this super G? Oh, D realm. I heard that the 9 heaven world has already swallowed the G. Oh, DS realm, but it shouldn't be easy to come to this super G. Oh, D realm. Jiang Sheng sat on a large and very comfortable chair with his legs crossed. He looked at Qin Xiang and then looked at Shui Bingyan, who was giving him a ma. Sage. Greetings, Senior Jiang Tu. Shui Bingyan shouted gently, and a smile appeared on his face. She thought that Jiang Sheng's name was Jiang Tu. There's no need to be courteous. No matter where this brat goes, he will always be able to find such a great beauty. Jiang Sheng laughed, then looked towards the white tiger and said, Right now there is no more G. Oh, DS realm, the 9 heaven world is the strongest. And we also have a large area of influence in the 9 heaven world. Qun Xiang asked, Senior Jiang, right now you should already be AG. Oh, do you right? This kind of speed of growth is very unbelievable. Have you gone to the G? Oh, DS realm yet? Jiang Sheng laughed. Aren't you also a little G, OD? The reason we can grow so fast is all because of the dragon vein on your dragon subduing school. The dragon vein has been seized back then, but the dragon subduing school is no longer there. The one in charge of the 9 heaven school is your bunch of dog friends. I am honored to be able to become an elder there. As the 9 heaven world grows at a rapid pace, the energy released by the dragon vein is also extremely shocking. We can even cultivate at a rapid pace. After knowing that Yun Xiaodao, Zhu Rong, and the others were currently controlling that dragon vein, Qin Xiang was secretly happy. He really wanted to return right now. Qin Xiang had learnt the news about his former little friend from Jiang Sheng. Although he was happy, he was also very worried, because at that time, if the 9 GODS nation was going to be in charge of the 9 heaven world, he would definitely purge the strong forces in the 9 heaven world. Qin Xiang had learnt the news about his former little friend from Jiang Sheng. Although he was happy, he was also very worried, because at that time if the 9GODS nation was going to be in charge of the 9 heaven world, he would definitely purge the strong forces in the 9 heaven world. And Yun Xiaodao and the rest would definitely not surrender. When that happened, it would definitely be another BL. Oh, D, why battle? Where are Qilian and the rest? Feng Yujie asked steadily, Do you have any news about them? I used to have a Pa-S sage to return to the G. Oh, DS realm. But somehow it was blocked off. Those girls are fine now. They have taken over the other dragon vein, which is your divine tomb. Although they are secretly developing in there, they're very famous in 9 heaven world. Jiang Sheng said, The 9 heaven world and the G. Oh, DS realm originally had a Pa-S sageway that was connected to each other. That is the super G. Oh, D restricted area that can lead to the G. Oh, DS realm. Back then, this group of girls were able to return to 9 heaven world through the same path as super G. Oh, D restricted area. The white tiger said, Looks like super G. Oh, D realm's time is different from 9 heaven worlds. It should have been a long time. Jiang Sheng nodded his head and replied, In the heavens, it happens every day for a year. There was such a saying in the past. So in the past few decades, 9 heaven world was equivalent to a few hundred years, several thousand years, or even more. In short, in the past, there were slight differences in time between GODS realm and himself. Feng Yujie laughed bitterly. We will be unified in the future, and 9 heaven world will soon swallow this super GOD realm. The white tiger asked, Old Jiang, how did you come here? It's not easy to get from 9 heaven world. Jiang Sheng drank a mouthful of iced tea and praised. It was indeed not easy, but because of the existence of our Super G. Oh, D-Realm, with everyone working together, we barely managed to open a gap. But I just came in and closed it. The vermilion bird was in disbelief. It's not easy to open an opening. Even if a few powerful Supreme G, DS were to join hands, it would be impossible. Unless there is some sort of Pa-S, sage. Jiang Sheng laughed. Now that the Super G, D-Realm's SPAC is getting weaker and weaker, coupled with the Partic. 1 P. Asian of the Azure Dragon and Black Turtle, these two people who have become very powerful, I could do it. I had originally planned to come together, but I'm lucky, so I'm the only one here. The Green Dragon was previously locked up in the Divine Prison, but the Divine Prison had already been breached. Senior Jiang, then what happened to the devil-killing Heavenly G, D, and her? When the Divine Prison was broken through, their pressure should be the greatest. Qin Xiang asked. These two G, DS had been very good to him back then. They can protect themselves now that the DS realm no longer exists, and after being swallowed by the 9 heaven world, they obtained an even more powerful energy source. With our help, they entered the dragon vein to cultivate, so they broke through their own bottleneck, and now they are all important elders of the 9 heaven school. Ling Yun said. Jiang Sheng said, the 9 heaven school should be the strongest power in the 9 heaven world now. Once the 9 heaven world annexed the Super G, D-Realm, then the 9 heaven school would be his main target. When Qin Xiang thought about this, he started to worry secretly. He then asked, who is the leader now? Gudong Qin, he said that he's your junior nephew. This guy is also very strong, and his management ability is very strong. Jiang Sheng said. Qin Xiang laughed, which made him think back to the time when he was in Super Martial School. This Gudong Qin was indeed good when he was in charge of Super Martial School, and he was originally a member of the mysterious ancient spirit race. Now he had become so powerful again. This fellow is not bad, but he's a bit stingy. Qin Xiang laughed. I really want to go back and see them. After not seeing them for so long, they have become so powerful. Back then, the White Tiger had also lived there for a period of time. There was also his White Tiger fighting race there, and he greatly missed his clan members. We will be able to see them very soon. Once the 9 heaven world swallows this place, we will be able to see them. Jiang Sheng chuckled. At that time, it will be our world. However, Qin Xiang could not laugh at all. Feng Yujie and the vermilion bird were also worried. What's going on? You guys don't seem to think this is a good thing? Jiang Sheng asked with suspicion. It's a good thing, but bad things will happen along with it. Qin Xiang sighed. The Azure Dragon and Black Turtle probably didn't tell you anything about this place, right? Although the 3 shrines are the strongest among the Super G, D-Realm S at the moment, the 3 shrines are unable to match up to the 9 terrifying divine nations S. Feng Yujie said. 9 divine kings was originally suppressed by the 9 divine nations S to the point that he had no choice but to hide. 9 heaven world also ruptured because of this. Now that the 9 heaven world wants to annex this place, the 9G, DS nation will definitely make his move. After Jiang Sheng heard this, he could not laugh anymore. He seemed to have heard of something related to the 9G, DS nation. If the 9 heaven world annexed it, the 9G, DS nation would take action again. And at that time, it would definitely be a huge mess. They had been developing steadily for so many years. No one hoped that it would happen. It doesn't look as good as I thought. Jiang Sheng sighed. He had already seen that there would be a fierce battle in the near future. Oh, right. Did you guys meet GS? He should also be here. The archaic divine beasts that have awakened their memories should know about this place. This is their true homeland. Jiang Sheng said, the reason why the Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, and Ice Dragon did not come here is because they wanted to hold back in 9 Heaven School. Chun Xiang told Jiang Sheng about Qi Hi plus S misfortune, and upon learning that Qi Yan, the super old fire beast, had died, Jiang Sheng immediately became extremely furious. There's no rush. It shouldn't be long before that Prince Divine Lions will come knocking on our door. At that time, we will definitely make him pay with his blood. The White Tiger said coldly. The Prince Divine Lions was already quite strong, and he had a divine lion race backing him. His Lion King father was so strong that he could compete with the Hall Master. He understood divine lion race very well. Although he had been reborn, his current strength was not weak either. Just as Qin Xiang and the others were enjoying their conversation, Yi Bidong came. When Yi Bidong arrived at the hall on the 5th floor, he saw the White Tiger and Vermilion Bird, and suddenly thought of something. At that time, Yi Bidong had already recognized Huang Jintian, this old fart, and now it seemed that he also had an impression of the White Tiger and Vermilion Bird. An elder came to Star Moon Divine Race. He said that he wanted to find the kitten, and he found out that the cat is here. Yi Bidong said with a serious expression. The elder they sent is of high status in the Star Moon Divine Race. He is almost on the same level as the Patriarch, which shows how much importance they have towards this cat. The Star Moon Divine Race's second leader had actually personally come to find Yuer. This was clearly because of a very important matter. Qin Xiang, Bai Hu, and the others immediately thought of the Samsara sacrifice. The Star Moon Divine Race's second leader had actually personally come to find Yuer. This was clearly because of a very important matter. Qin Xiang, Bai Hu, and the others immediately thought of the Samsara sacrifice. The Samsara sacrifice was extremely important to the higher-ups of the Star Moon Divine Race. Now that the elder had personally come out to look for him, it meant that the time for the Samsara sacrifice was coming. As long as the time for the Samsara sacrifice was up, a surge of energy would descend upon Yuer. If they couldn't find Yuer, once they missed the time for the Samsara sacrifice, it could cause a lot of trouble. In the past, Yuer was very obedient, but ever since Yuer met Qin Xiang, she would often run around randomly, and it was very difficult to find her. This time, Star Moon Divine Race came early to find Yuer, to prevent her from missing out. Yuer left by herself. She said she wants to go back by herself. Although she does not have much strength, her speed is very fast, so there shouldn't be any problems. Qin Xiang said he couldn't tell anyone about the Samsara sacrifice right now. Otherwise, if the Star Moon Divine Race knew about this, they would inevitably do something crazy. Moreover, right now they were already enemies with the Divine Lion Race. Yi Bidong nodded. Then that's what I'll say to them. Are these three your friends? Why haven't I seen it before? Yi Bidong only felt that the White Tiger looked very familiar to the Vermilion Bird. Of course, he had heard of the Vermilion Bird and the White Tiger before. He had only seen vague images on some of the ancient books. Qin Xiang laughed. They are the seniors, White Tiger and Vermilion Bird. They both belonged to the Beast Divine Palace back then. You should have heard of Elder Yi. This caused Yi Bidong to be greatly shocked, and he immediately bowed to the White Tiger and the Vermilion Bird, respectfully. Back then, all Beast Divine Lord had sat down as the second protector, and that was an extremely famous existence. What about this person? Yi Bidong looked at Jiang Sheng and asked, I am from the Nine Heaven World, and I am just a nameless body. Don't you treat me as some senior. You are my senior, that's more like it. Jiang Sheng chuckled. These words made Yi Bidong smile. Those who come are guests, furthermore. You are Qin Xiang's friends, so you are mine. Elder Yi, you guys have discussed how you would deal with the salt of the Divine Lion Race. It just so happens that Senior White Tiger has his own debts to settle with Divine Lion Race. Feng Yujia said. Yi Bidong nodded his head. Then I will bring the two seniors to see Hall Master. The White Tiger and Vermilion Bird followed Yi Bidong to meet Mu Qin. As far as they were concerned, with these two divine beasts here, they wouldn't have to worry too much when the Divine Lion Race attacks them. Ibidong was only curious about how much power the white tiger and vermilion bird had recovered after their rebirth. This was because the white tiger and vermilion bird back then were extremely terrifying existences. I will take a walk around the city myself and then head over to that beast divine palace to take a look. Cough, cough, do you have Xinyuan stone? I just came to this place and you know it. Jiang Xing laughed. Feng Yujie took out 5 million Xinyuan stone and gave it to him. Don't spend it randomly. If there's news of Chi S, H, I, plus, you must come back quickly and tell us. Seeing how straightforward Feng Yujie was, Jiang Sheng laughed. As expected of the 9 heavens Ji, "Oh, Des, you're so generous." They could easily earn that much. To sell 100 regeneration dan today, that was 100 million Xinyuan stone. And tomorrow, they still had to continue selling. In the hall, there were only Qin Xiang, Feng Yujie, and Shui Bingyan. Qin Xiang had not completely recovered, but Shui Bingyan was still saging him. "What are you worried about?" Feng Yujie could see through Qin Xiang's thoughts. "You err. I'm most worried about her right now." Qin Xiang said, "I was worried that Star Moon Divine race would find her and try again." Shui Bingyan was also worried and said, "How about we go find her? I have a way to find her. That way we can protect her." Although every day's preparations is for that compet, one, Taiyan, Little Moon is more important. You and Bingyan can go find you heir together, and I am not at ease with her. She doesn't have any strength at the moment, and Star Moon Divine race will definitely know her like the palm of his hand. Feng Yujie said, after being together with Yuer for a while, she was also extremely fond of Yuer. Qin Xiang nodded his head. "When I'm fully recovered, we will leave immediately." He took out more than 20 Dao Heartstone S and gave them to Feng Yujie. "These are the Dao Heartstone S. When the time comes, and I haven't come back yet, you should send some out based on the situation. Hall Master and Elder, you must give it to them. And there are still the 3 senior brothers Gu. As for Hall Master and that Xiao Changel, you should have already made your decision long ago." Qin Xiang said, Dao Heartstone S were extremely precious to cultivators who wanted to control the power of the great Dao. As long as they had one, they could make themselves stronger. At first, when Qin Xiang A.S. assured Yuer, he let her leave on her own, because they didn't know that Samsara sacrifice would arrive so soon. Samsara sacrifice was a matter that concerned the advancement of the powers of the higher-ups in the Star Moon Divine race, and other than that, they paid more attention to Yuer obtaining the power of Star Moon descent, as it was extremely possible for Yuer to awaken all her memories. Now that Qin Xiang knew that the Star Moon Divine race's second leader had personally come to find Yuer, he started to worry secretly. All these years, their Samsara sacrifice had gone smoothly, so the Star Moon Divine race must have some methods to find Yuer. Therefore, he must find Yuer quickly and bring her to hide. He wanted her to undergo a baptism. Even if she didn't awaken her memories, she would definitely become very strong. Feng Yujie lightly caressed Qin Xiang's face, encouraging him. "You must get Yuer back. She's one of us. You definitely can't let her endure that kind of pain again." "Definitely." Qin Xiang kissed her cherry lips and firmly laughed. Very quickly, Ibidong received news that the Star Moon Divine race's elder had left in a very nervous manner after learning of Yuer's departure. Qin Xiang only recovered at night, so he also brought Shui Bingyan and left heroes gathering Divine City at night. "Bingyan, how do you know where Yuer is?" Qin Xiang asked. "Water. There is water vapor in the world, but you can't see it. Therefore, Yuer is always in contact with water, and she will also partic. 1. P8 in some of the auras that fuse with the water. I only need to sense it, and I will be able to tell." Yuer chuckled. "I can already sense it. Let's go this way." Using this method, Shui Bingyan was able to sense Yuer's trace, which also made Qin Xiang less worried. At the very least, they could quickly find Yuer. Chun Xiang brought Shui Bingyan and carried out a spatial legend without stopping for 3 days straight. Yu Er ran really fast. She just left us not long ago, but I chased her for 3 days and still couldn't catch up. Qin Xiang could not help but exclaim at Yu Er's speed. She was simply too fast, but this was also a good thing. At the very least, the elders of the Star-Moon Divine Race S would not be able to catch up to her. Just when Qin Xiang thought so, Shui Bingyan said, "Not good. There are other beasts' auras in front, and they are very strong." He is now in his human form. After sensing it, Shui Bingyan opened up her palm. There, on top of her palm, was a little person formed from water vapor. This was the little person she saw just now. Could this fellow be the second in command of the Star-Moon Divine Race? Qin Xiang frowned. "We have to hurry up and catch up. This guy is even faster than us, and he seems to be able to track Yu Er